Good morning, everybody. Let's go straight on. It's really him. It's ridiculous. It's not my birthday. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Nice face. Thanks, Carl. You're not wrong. No, I don't want to be anybody's Valentine's Day. Valentine. Why is the stream card for today not loading? Okay. It's there. I don't know why it's not working. All right. Why would they open new strikes on Feb 18 calls in the range of 150 to 50 to 170? Because we're trading higher and they want more strikes because it makes it easier to suppress the price. Also, they're allowed to. I hope you have lots of beauty tips today for me to impress my wife. Yeah, I don't know. Happy V. Does it mean this street card is your V card? Ha. Ha ha. Zakir got me a sex swing. That was nice of him. Did you listen to Fed Bullard speaking today? No, what did he say? The Fed meeting's not until 11:30 as far as I know. Someone got censored. Nope. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Random donor. Did you see Lisa Su is now chairman of the board for AMD? I didn't, but that's also awesome. How little sleep have I had? Like 4. I had 4 this weekend. Something just kind of weird happened. Check out UVXY and SPY candles, volume at 801, pre-market. This, I assume you're referring to. It's pretty normal for the SPY to gap down in pre-market. UVXY would have just followed. Why do I not have UVXY on here? Definitely active. Yeah, gapped out. That's not really all that abnormal. Shit. All right, there we go. About 30 seconds till the market opens. It's gonna be a crazy day. I was started the party on the weekend. Pizza crust life hack through not cutting it. Congratulations, Kaya. Coffee time. Yourself and mine's a flat white, 1 sugar. Interesting. Please pour it into the stream and I'll get it from there. Thanks, Bithead. I appreciate it, man. Ding ding. Here we go. What's going on with my XRT calls? Hmm. Make sure you guys check out the morning DD today too, the daily. There's I guess there's not that much important shit in there. Fuck, don't even read it. Macy's is having a huge sale on jewelry. Cool. Am I doing anything for Valentine's Day? I figure after like 5 p.m. I'll just troll Tinder. Thanks for weighing in, Zakir's third wife. Spy's doing. Spy's having a nice little open. Fed meetings at 11:30. Did I write PM? Son of a bitch. I did. Motherfucker. Four whole sleeps. At what time will the VIX squeeze? I don't know. The longer it stays elevated, the better the chance of it happening are. Closing into Friday with the VIX as high as it was is fairly significant. It already looks like it's starting to push up. Market falling. Nesquik, any idea what's going to be mentioned at the Fed meeting? Yeah, the notes for the Fed meeting say that they are reviewing and determination by Board of Governors of the advance and discount rates to be charged by the Federal Reserve banks. So they're discussing the rate increase. I guess I'm hoping that Powell just comes out and this gives him an opportunity to kind of shift course and be a little more dovish. A rate raise was already bad for the Fed going into this morning, so hopefully the situation in the Ukraine at least gives them the opportunity to back out on their intended hawkishness. We'll see. If they move forward with the rate raise, we could see a pretty steep correction, I think. And everything's gonna probably be waiting on them for that to happen. Good morning, Dominic, Sun Devil Rig. No pickles picks. Nope. I mean, outside of like the VIX hedge, SPY puts, SQQQ, fucking puts on the TQQQ. You can just put puts on the QQQ. I mean, bear mode until otherwise indicated. I've pulled pretty much everything off the table except for my slightly out of the money GameStop position and shit, like options position and shares. The only things I'm still carrying are AMD leaps, Palantir leaps, my O. I didn't get rid of that. All my like short-term shit's pretty much closed out though, except for GameStop. I have the XRT calls as well. How does a VIX squeeze work? Isn't it just the inverse of the SPY? Sort of. So when things are going good, it's very profitable to sell the VIX short. Until it's not. The VIX is constantly going down, right, when the market's doing well. But that leads to situations where, you know, if the market takes a bearish divergence as it has recently, the VIX is over short. And so if the VIX starts to spike, it can create a squeeze. This happened at the beginning of 2000 or end of 2018. But yeah, the VIX also kind of squeezes during market crashes and corrections as well. Being short a stock, the same thing as being short a person. No, Gherk XRT. I saw it. You can just say the Ukraine because it begins with a vowel. Like the Americas. Or the United Kingdom. It's not incorrect. I looked it up. Why does Jimmy follow the broader market? Well, it's in the market. Everything follows broader market trends to some degree. Passive funds buying in and selling out as they track movements in the broader indices. That's a pretty decent reason. I'm out of cat. I was out of cat on Friday. I'm waiting for a re-entry if it dips back below. Generally, the Dow, if the market starts to go south, the Dow might outperform it a little bit, especially if the reason is conflict, like military conflict. Calling it now, SPY all-time highs by Friday. I mean, I hope so. That only helps GameStop, right? So the Carl. Africa's a continent. No, I still have my sends calls. I might average them down. They're for March 18th. There's some interesting shit going on there. And so I'm probably gonna wait and see how that plays out. Yeah, this just doesn't look good at all. GameStop looks fine, however. Beating the market again this morning. We still have FTDs coming in. We still have ETF FTDs coming in. We have thresholding from Reg Show. We have a possible 4.2 million FTDs due maybe today, depending on what happened with that big negative delta exercise on January 6th. So that could be pretty relevant. Actually, that could be very relevant. Well, but we'll see how that plays out. We've never seen that really occur before, so we don't know the effect. We were not even sure if it generates FTDs, but it may. My hope is that GameStop just kind of resists the overall market into 11:30, and then the Fed takes a continued dovish stance and doesn't raise rates in the near term due to the potential for conflict to occur. And then, you know, we could see a little bit of recovery, not only in GameStop, but the overall market as well. But don't forget that, you know, we're moving very, very near to SLD. I think it begins this Wednesday. So that on top of all this other shit could be pretty intense. Is now a good time to go into BBIG? I don't think there's ever been a good time to go into BBIG. No, I think they have a little too much control on the price over there. It was similar position build in Sens as G. So Sens got approval for their approval from the FDA for their diabetes device, and then got immediately shorted down to fuck. I think it was down like 20% on Friday or something crazy. This looks like a dip before a rip kind of situation. With the positive news coming out and then them just slamming it into the ground. I think the squeeze potential is very high. The range is very limited. But this is definitely like pre-shorting to cover. So I'm moving into like a little position here because mostly just because I'm curious about it. I want to see how it plays out. And options are dirt cheap, so I don't really care if I lose money giving it a shot. Speaking of which, I should probably just buy into that. Oh. I just bought a bunch at 3. So I have 10 contracts at $3. When are you buying back your in the money calls? I'm not going to buy back in the money calls. I'm going to buy back at the money, like directly, since I can. There's lots of $1 strikes open. So I'm waiting to see what happens with the market, but I'm going to be buying back. Hold on. I get Epic Pen to work here? Hold on 1 second. So right now I'm still carrying my position from 130 to 180. Whatever we're trading at, depending on the outcome of this meeting today, I'm going to buy probably like within $1 of. like a chunk, I don't know, like 20 options or something, and then I'm gonna buy more 130 and 150, and then if we start to move up in towards Wednesday, then I'm gonna pick up those out of the money options again. But I'm waiting to see what happens with the Fed meeting and the overall market before then. Maybe to divert from CanWN, they have a non-invasive device coming out built by Racer Tech using bio RFID. Big short positions there too. Interesting. Yeah, bio's not really something I'm very familiar with, ironically. I don't follow a lot of what's going on with bio stocks. I just saw indications that, with the elevated borrow rate, large short positions and big options moves in order to capture an upside, that it looks like a little bit of a situation where the shorts are piling out. So I expect after that kind of accumulation period for this stock to go up. Sens has hit pretty decent highs in the past, so I think there's a really good amount of room on it. I don't like bio plays, but I'm interested in this one. Anyone wanting to access VIX futures on TDA, you have to have a margin account and use Thinkorswim. Process takes a couple of days. Yeah. Or if you're inexperienced, just stay the fuck away from them. What's the SPY level to declare a potential crash? I think if we see anything below the SPYs, I want to say if we see anything below the SPYs, we could fall below the EMA 60, but if we fall below like the EMA 90 or 120, that's probably going to signal a crash. So I would say between 400 and 390 is a really dangerous level. Starting to fall off a little bit. GameStop still showing a lot of resilience to the overall market, so this is good. If the market tanks, what happens with GME drop then pop? Not necessarily. GME may just get dragged down with it. There's a potential for the squeeze on a market crash from a couple angles, but if they don't align, then nothing will happen, right? Like the price will just fall. If it's a severe crash, like a real, like a true crash, and there's like market wide liquidation, lenders of GME shares have to recall their positions in order to sell. If this happens, then there's a possibility that that can trigger a short squeeze. All of the current borrowers of GME shares, real or synthetic, that have used any of these shares as a locate in the past will have to provide all of those shares to the lenders so that they can sell their positions. The other possibility for a squeeze coming out of a crash would come from primes tightening margin requirements. which could force shorts to have to cover. This one's more likely, but the shorts will only cover what they need to in order to maintain margin, right? Like that, this doesn't necessarily trigger a short squeeze, although it potentially could. Yeah, I have sends calls for 318. $0 strike and represents 1,000 leverage. Essentially, yeah. I mean, your cost basis is your strike on a future, and then yeah, it represents a leverage times 1,000. It's for like VIX or SPX. It's different for commodities and stuff because those are backed by a real value. Look at AMD if you want to know what resilience looks like. Fucking A. Lisa Sue. You golden goddess. I love that woman. Clip it. Oh, the market crash thing? Yeah, hold on, I'll clip that. Yeah, I don't think these like net short positions are that damaged by a total failure in the market. I mean, it hurts their long positions, but all their short positions are massively leveraged compared to their core holdings. So I think like ultimately a crash gives them a lot of liquidity. So I think those two scenarios are a little more likely. I mean, if lenders recall their shares, that would be MOASS, right? That would mean that all short positions on GameStop are due immediately. Yeah, their collateral is going to be fine because they're going to generate shitloads of liquidity. So, like, that's what everyone on Superstock always goes on about is their collateral dropping. But their short positions are massively leveraged, like at least 100 to 1, and with swaps, an even greater leverage. So the liquidity generated by their short positions could far outpace the value of their core positions very, very quickly. And so yeah, I don't think it's going to be a failure due to a margin, like that kind of margin call. It would more likely be a call on like the primes part due to the primes having difficulty, or lenders of GameStop wanting to sell their positions. The other potential scenario is GameStop resists a drop in the overall market and becomes very attractive as the market is failing as a place to park money. Stocks that resist the drop in the market during a crash tend to vastly outperform over time because so many institutions pile into them because of the opportunity. This is how like big runs on gold and stuff like that happen. Reveals sends position. It immediately starts ripping. This is the SEC. Knock knock. I mean, sends was already like stabilized on the bottom on Friday. Would BBY shares buyback be one of the reasons why it's outperforming the market right now? Could be, yeah. I don't really know the state of their share buyback. Is it continuing? Volatility is picking up. Weird. This is interesting. Hmm. That's not something you usually see on the SPY. Can you please show the ratio of money and VIX to hedge your money and your GME position? It's about 10 to 1. Roughly. It's not that precise, but yeah, they are fairly rare. Ryan cooing. Puts on the SPY when it hits 445 before 11:30. Yeah, I might too. I'm probably gonna buy some puts on the SPY as well. You think the 22nd of February is of big significance? I mean, that's our OPEX T+2 date. Is Feb 22nd, 23rd, and the morning of the 24th. It's a holiday on Monday, so it drags out till Thursday morning. Good clip, good content. Thank you so much, Homer's Ghost. Gamma neutral down to 95. Interesting. Where did you get that from? Do you say the United States, Ryan? Or do you just say United States? America. No, I haven't seen Sanji. Everyone would have freaked out. He's gone, like Frag and Jamie Hype Man. You don't say the England, but you say the United Kingdom. That's the beauty of English is you don't have to define any set of rules ever. You just make shit up as you go. Prague Riven Lucid doing big ups. Cool. The Midwest. I enjoy supporting your stream because I'm so grateful for the support and empowerment you give us through knowledge. Thank you, Carpe Diem. Thank you so much, Meditation. The trouble with Arsenal is they always try to walk it in. It was a ludicrous display last night. Can you duel the spy? Same. Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man meme. Carl. Yeah. We can double team with the spy. Spy doing weird shit, by the way. This is abnormal type of increasing volatility to see on a major index or even an ETF tracking a major index. VIX doesn't look good. I mean, in the sense that you think it's falling. The S&P looks like it's picking up volatility rapidly. This is bad. I'm just gonna say it. This is not good. I don't know if the market is going to wait for the Fed meeting. How far out of my VIX contracts? March 18th. Are you my I do have UVXY. So we saw decreasing OI across several in the money strikes. Hard to tell how many contracts were lost because of the net, but or how many contracts are exercised, but it was some. I don't have anything from Yelia yet today, so I'm waiting on that. Last 5 OPEX periods, we've run $60 a day, if not more. Even if the market crashes, that shouldn't change, right? It's tricky. OPEX is a gamma exposure event. So it is affected by the trading price going into that period. Since most of that exposure comes from ETFs and indices, if those tank, then it's possible there will be less exposure. So yeah, it's very much affected by what happens with the overall market. FTDs would be unaffected. It's not good timing. No. But if JPOW comes out today and, you know, pulls back the rate increase for maybe another quarter or something like that, the market could roar back to life and everything will be fine and beautiful. I think the 2.5 rate increase was priced into the market moving into last week. Then the Fed president came out and said that he wanted to do 0.5. The market started dropping on that news. And then that was Thursday. And then the conflict in the Ukraine started to get attention on Friday. And so, or like serious attention on Friday with a possible planned invasion, right? I can't stream JPOW. It's a closed door meeting. If nothing else, thanks for keeping it real with us. 100%. Thanks, Winter. I would imagine the best case scenario is he says 0.25 hike in March. We'll see. I mean, if we're possibly moving into a NATO conflict, then, you know, interest rates, it's better to keep them down, right? I kind of expect them to just push it. I don't think they wanted to enact a rate increase anyway. The market was weak to begin with. GDP has basically stabilized. There's no significant growth going on right now in some industries, but offset by others that are negative. And so the economy is kind of at a standstill, and a rate increase right now is already going to be damaging. I think the Fed wanted to avoid that at all costs. They've spent a shitload of money propping the market up over the last, year and a half, 2 years, and it doesn't seem like part of their plan to just go ahead with quantitative tightening right now. I think there was a lot of political pressure to address inflation, but even though the supply chain issues aren't clearing up quickly, they will clear up, right? Given time, and that would significantly reduce like the realized inflation that we're seeing right now. So yeah, I mean, I think the Fed already had an agenda to push back a bump in rates, and now I think they have even more reason to. I was thinking earlier that they're gonna roll not only to dodge November 3rd before May OPEX, but also since they're short volatility and could probably do it at these prices. See, we're looking for evidence of hedging of entropy swaps that might indicate that we will see like a roll type scenario where we see continued price improvement from Feb 25th through March 10th. Like we did last year. I don't know if we've found any evidence of that yet. that could become a NATO conflict. Energy prices in Europe are going to go through the roof. Isn't the joining of NATO like written into the Ukrainian constitution? How about if JPEG goes out and announces price caps? I mean, now you're talking about the no. That would be even worse. Recumalog Johnson for the hot tub stream. I don't think I get a song. Could you run that back for me? Yeah, absolutely, man. Sorry about that. I didn't know you became one.
Long Johnson. Long Johnson.
In 2019, an amendment was adopted that enshrined the ultimate goal of NATO membership in the country's constitution. Thank you, Aggro Crag. Yeah, Russia obviously doesn't want them to become a NATO member, right? Like that's not good for Russia's security. Interest rate is now 30%. May God forgive me, J-Pow. Remember 30% inflation, guys? If he'd done it then, we'd be clear now. Everything would be great. Oh, maybe Thaddeus. Are you expecting price action on sends in the immediate future over the next few weeks? Probably the next couple weeks, few days. We'll see. I don't... there's a big short position, but I don't know how desperate they are to get out. I don't know how much buy pressure there is on this short. There could be a significant amount, so we'll see. I'm more just curious about how it's going to play out. I'm building a I'm trying to build a scanner that finds high gamma exposure and subsequent shorting in response to it, as it indicates a short position needing to cover. And so says was one of the first ones that popped up on that. The TTM flip could be a false signal. It could just be like another fire signal, but we closed a little positive. Snap moving. Well, that's great. Now that I'm out of it. Because UVXY is 1.5 times the VIX. Is it just me, or have we broken the pattern of following the SPY? I mean, we're tracking it pretty closely, but our downside isn't as extreme. Only ignore my good news and shame me for the bad. Cringe. Yes, I'm well aware that you got back into your position, but ultimately, you paper handed a bunch of GameStop and you're a bastard. So I'm happy that you're back in and you didn't lose any money. But also fuck you. Dude. What's our volume? That was quick. If the Fed meeting is bullish, do you plan to hold your VIX position for SLD? No, I'd probably re-enter after it runs. The VIX moves very, very quickly, so yeah, I wouldn't want to hold the position. I would just sell it and then move back into it after the SPY runs. Myrna dead, nostalgia reasons. I have no idea, man. Carl and Moon are back at it again. I made $7 on a Sens play. I'll bow down before my trading prowess. Please disregard my 22,000 lifetime losses. Congratulations, Popcorn Trader. You're the best. Jimmy was supposed to be shorted down harder today. Not necessarily. We actually had some expectations for today in regards to that negative delta that was exercised out on the 6th of January due today. And we do have, XRT thresholding and ETF FTDs as well. Which is why I think our downside is showing a little bit of resilience. But we are trending with the market all the same. So I would say there's not enough pressure to reverse the market, at least not currently. Straddle time with potential strong moves in one direction or the other based on the Fed meeting. I mean, it's one way to do it, except with the VIX so high, puts on the Spire super fucking expensive. Why is VIX 10 minutes behind on my chart? Are you using WeBull? That's probably why. It can't be stated how misreported the inflation rate really is. Is anybody when the swap report is supposed to come out today? I'm not sure what time. you think this is GME shorting? What are some key support levels? I mean, we have some support here around like 116. 120 is a strong support, so hopefully we just stay in this range. But no, this doesn't look like a significant amount of shorting going on. If they raise rates now, or mention they are raising rates, Fed, then they will be used as a scapegoat for a significant market dump. Yeah. I think they're releasing the information after the meeting. We still got an hour before the meeting even starts, though. And you will see the results of that meeting in the market probably before you see the actual news regarding it. They will have their algorithms keyed up and ready to go the second it breaks. What comes first? GME at 120 or 1,000 likes on the stream? We don't have 1,000 likes. Guys. What the fuck? GME's already below 120. It's all priced in. The efficient market hypothesis is horseshit. 23andMe up. Interesting. Climbing a little bit. I know some people are long on this. What do you think about fib retracement? Apparently, if we hit 103, it's super bullish. I'm not a big fan. It's it's fine, and on heavily traded stocks, sometimes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Efficiently manipulated market hypothesis. Do you think mutually assured destruction is priced into the SPY? I think nuclear war is highly fucking unlikely. It doesn't benefit anybody. What's GME have to do with Ukraine? Why GME dropping? GME is a company traded in American markets and thus affected by those markets. It's held in several indices: the S&P 400, the Russell 1000, and will follow to some extent the price action of those indexes. Widespread EMP not good for electronically operated markets. Yeah. J-Powell said in a previous meeting that rates wouldn't be raised until tapering was done. Yeah, I think their goal today would be to try to find a way to continue quantitative easing and lay off the rates for maybe another quarter. They want to kick the can. Trust me, it's best. Or don't. I don't know. That's what I would do. Will nuclear winter cause MOASS? It's a good question. Well, if if the electronic market systems go down, you guys can just meet me on Wall Street, and I'll meet everyone outside of the exchange. We'll be good. And we can just sit on the floor of the exchange all day every day waiting for GameStop to MOASS. Carl, bring juice boxes. Do you think that we'll see a bunch of people YOLOing into VIX and UVXY and say extremely bullish things after the meeting to transfer wealth from retail back into the market? I mean, people could just sell those positions instead of transferring the money back. Be flavor requests, or am I just snagging a shit ton of Capri Sun? Hawaiian Punch, maybe? Hawaiian Punch tastes better out of a can. Don't let Kool-Aid Man hear you talking about either of those drinks. The public company stock drop? Not necessarily. Unless they're taking like a massive chunk out of their publicly traded company and privatizing it, and that could cause a fall off in the share price. But I mean, if they could also remove shares from the float, like a buyback in that type of scenario, and just maintain value. Don't put Carl in charge of the juice boxes. He'll just bring boxed wine, praise view up. I know. Is Jimmy's business model nuclear warproof? Not yet. Yeah, Fed meeting's in an hour. It's likely everything is gonna kind of crab sideways, mostly. Even the channel on GameStop's not extremely wide. Whatever gets said at the Fed meetings going to be very important. Will you be streaming the closed door meeting no one has access to? Unfortunately not. Have you bought back into March options yet? I still have most of my March options. Like the majority of them I still have. I only got rid of my in the money and my very, very far out of the money ones. So everything from 130 to 180, which was the highest concentration of my contracts, I'm still holding. You shoot an email to Powell to see if we can listen on speakerphone. Believe it or not, I don't have direct communication with Jerome Powell. Ooh, cat is under 200. I see. But I want it lower. I'm not buying it at 198. I don't know if Powell's speaking today, but I think they released the information from the meeting after it's over. Hope someone tickles your pickle today. Happy V-Day. Thank you, not a Trader Joe. They're not speaking publicly even when the meeting begins. I'm sure they will release information as soon as the meeting is over. Jerome Powell isn't an elected official. He's appointed. Breaking news: Putin did all this so that figure skater who is doping could keep competing. Just kidding, but wouldn't that be a twist? Do options get expensive just from increasing volume? Increasing volume can raise the price, yeah. Well, the volatility, but yes, you do. We went golfing with JPEG yesterday. Carl, shut the fuck up. All right. You need to stop dropping hints about our golfing trips and about only whales. This is why we don't give you any security clearance. Could you maybe stream a closed door so we feel like we're included? 4.5% down with 600K volume. Welcome to GameStop. Almost 5%. I think we can say that the upside of this is no longer available. buy pressure has declined on this SPY, at least fairly significantly. What's your take on the Berenstain Bears Mandela effect situation? That shit weirds me out. I don't want to discuss it. It fucking. You, you were redeemed. Fucking. God damn it, man. Andrew Vanderhelm, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon. I appreciate it, man. Nope, that's way too long. There we go.
Welcome to Cornishon. Cornishon. Cornishon.
Anybody know when the swaps transparency rule goes into effect? No, I don't think so. When the SEC releases the information would be my best guess. Thank you for everything you do. You educated me in how to manage and grow my capital. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Street Lamp. I appreciate that, man. You be streaming VIX earnings? This is not looking good for the market. We need them to come out and confirm quantitative easing or we're going down. Yeah, I agree. I think at this point, any motion to continue tightening will be met with a severe downturn in the market, a steep correction at least, maybe even worse than that. And the market has already taken a bearish stance today. Took some profits last week. If you're playing with relatively little capital, what dates would you be looking to buy back in at lower strikes? I'm not doing shit until I figure out what's going on with the market. Chasing, if we buy VIX calls right now, or just making a bet on meeting results. I would say it's just making a bet on the results of the meeting. I wouldn't say it's necessarily chasing just yet. There's definitely a lot more room for the VIX to move if the meeting doesn't go the way people like the market would like it to. The money puts being bought to push us down more, or are they being sold? Let's see. Yeah, these are being bought, but there's not a significant number of them. And these all look purchased. So yeah, I would say they're using some in the money puts to drive the price down a little bit, but not not a lot. I mean, they're not buying tons of them. Just more to just continue the or exacerbate the downtrend in the overall market. Even if the meeting suggests tightening, there's still other things going on that'll cause the VIX to rise. Well, we have SLD starting this Wednesday. We have the Fed meeting today. We have the potential invasion of Ukraine. What else? Those are the big ones. I'll miss SLD with Feb 16s if I'm correct. Yes. With inflation at 7.5%, you lose half your money in 9 years. The only way to outperform that consistently that I have found is crypto. Just this year, I've already lost half my money. Congratulations. What do you think it could go to in a big market flush? It depends. If the VIX or like volatility in the market starts squeezing, they could all go pretty high. VXX, I don't remember what the split was, but maybe like 60. Well, it looks like the market's stabilizing a little bit here. I missed the Friday stream. Or March 18th still the play for OPEC's exposure? I mean, that's still what I'm holding. Oh, so we resist the market last Friday and then underperform it today. I mean, we could have had more buy pressure last Friday. Thank you for all you do for us in the community. Without you, I never would have found the Dans and my true calling in life. I never would have been mastered my trade behind the dumpsters, and I never would have spoiled my imagination with the beauty that is your ab muscle picks. Thank you, President Darth Dan. I appreciate that. Violent invasion potential. Tesla up 2.2%. Yeah. Has SLD always put it downward pressure? It's due to the massive amount of liquidity that's in the market. and increased margin requirements. Thoughts on AMD these next 2 weeks? I mean, it's gonna track the market, so uh, there's everything's just gonna move with whatever happens with the market right now, for the most part. AMD will definitely go down if the SPY tanks. Crystal. I don't know how much people have told you thank you lately, but let me represent. Thank you for your faithfulness in teaching us. Thanks, Curious Dill will not be banned, Dan. I appreciate it, man. What price range did you see the SPY closing at if it tanks? I have no idea, man. It could come down pretty hard. I think there's a freeze if the SPY drops too much in one day. I can't remember the percentage though. Happy Valentine's birthday, Gherk. Finally entering the third trimester of pregnancy, and although I want this to end with Moana soon, I am happy to wait with you. Keep it up, Guybrush for MOASS. Thank you so much, Slizzard. I appreciate that, dude. I sure hope those 4.2 million shares are due today, and I hope they all hit in the latter half of the day. Hee hee. I mean, we're starting to outperform right now, so this is positive. We're doing a little bit better than the market right now. Not a lot, but a little bit. The market's also kind of breaking back to the upside, or at least stabilizing some of its earlier loss. Have you discussed the XRT options chain, specifically the insane puts for 318 related to creation? Thanks. Yeah, they absolutely are. Didn't Turd identify those like weeks ago? XRT puts have been through the fucking roof for 2 months now. Yeah, they short the shit out of it and then use creation in order to get shares for cheaper. How much money would it take for you to meditate for 1 hour? There's no amount of money in the world that would ever make me do that. Meditation. Just, if we MOASS, I'll meditate for 1 hour. That's the deal. Wow, unsubscribe. The market doesn't exist. Gurk is a lizard. Carl is Eric the Red incarnate, and President Darth Dan of Pickles and VWAP is a Wendy's dumpster. Don't believe the lies. Thanks, Ross, new subscriber. You definitely don't know me. Need that post-nut clarity. What's on Newegg? Because they're scummy? I mean, it's only at like $6. How much money are you going to make? It's not like they're going to go out of business for being shady. SPY does crash hard today. Is it typical that crash is the new floor? Or is that this just the start of a downturn? It would probably be the start of the downturn. Usually crashes aren't quick. They can be. I mean, I still think we're outperforming the larger market. It's just I mean, this climb was definitely better. It's minimally though. I think there's some indication that there's some FTD covering going on. It's still early. Why haven't we shorted Best Buy yet? Taking out the competition. I think short hedge funds did short Newegg, and then it like squeezed not that long ago. Best to wait until after the Fed meeting to get into calls, probably. I might buy a few GME calls, like a few at the money, right before the meeting's over. Just a couple in case it goes wild. I can see them trying to cover FTDs during our runs with overall market to mask them a little better than making them go against the overall market price. Yeah, I mean, they generally try to cover FTDs, especially if there's a low number of them within a narrow price range. What do you think JPOW could say that would cause the market to rip up? We're going to continue quantitative easing past or through March, with no tapering in sight until like June or something, and then or April, and then no rate raise in March. I think that would cause a big turnaround in the market. Big turnaround. Inflation was just a liquidity test. Liquidation test. Well, supposedly the Freedom of Information page on the Fed's website will be updated. Let's see. Final announcement of matters considered under expedited procedures will be available in the board's Freedom of Information and Public Affairs offices and on the board's website following the closed meeting. Except it doesn't say when the meeting ends. So whenever the meeting is over, there'll be some information available. Also, for the people that are asking about the SEC Pursuant to SEC regulations, prices for SEC reported security-based swaps data will be being disseminated on Monday, February 14th at 12 a.m. Eastern Time. So tonight? No, last night? Where the fuck are they? What the fuck is swap data even compromised of? It's the data for the swaps for security, and it's based within. Market-wide circuit breakers are just any large movement or just downside? I mean, usually just downside. They haven't. There's little halts for upside moves. Wait, it's getting inseminated. Gensler. Swap data is just a picture of an Uno reverse card. No, 12 a.m. would have been midnight last night. So it should already, swap data should already be available. Gamestop hasn't blown up yet, so I'm gonna assume that. Ooh, SPY falling back into the other trend thing. Thoughts on RC tweet last Friday? Pretty intense change from his usual shit pace. Maybe he was just aggravated. $25 Swelma. Thoughts on RC tweet last Friday? Pretty intense change up from his usual shit pace. On your bullish Fed meeting scenario, would the VIX go down if the SPY ripped upwards? Yes. The VIX and market price are inversely correlated. Theoretically, owning equities is short the VIX. So yeah, price and volatility are inversely correlated in that regard. So yeah, VIX goes up, market goes down. Did y'all wait outside the GameStop all night for swap data? We're referring to the Fed closed door meeting that's occurring in 30 minutes. I'm gonna guess they mean noon. I'm gonna guess that they meant midnight last night, like they said. When are FTDs for market swap data due? Did I win the Super Bowl? No, I didn't play. Who won? Was it the Rams or the other people? If JPOW goes double freedom rockets to a rate hike today, is 450 possible? 0 DTE 450C are like $3 right now. Possible, but improbable. I don't think they'd hit on 0 DTE. I'd want more than one day for that. That's a big fucking move. When we MOASS, I'll meditate for 1 hour. This made my day. Thank you. Can't wait. Let's fucking go. Meditation for MOASS and meditation post MOASS. Thanks, meditation. What do you think about James Roland DD? I mean, I guess it's fun to watch someone read oscillators for 10 minutes. I didn't see the extent of it, but it seems to be largely based around my own DD with some oscillators. No offense to him. It's just I don't think oscillators are very forward predicting on GameStop, but we'll see how it plays out. I have not found any that have a high rate of success in predicting moves. But more technical analysis, better. So that's good. Any collabs this upcoming week? Or are you too busy? I don't have nothing planned. FWIW. They give you a bunch of credit as posts and comments. That's super cool. Nothing against the guy. What is this Super Bowl you're talking about? Is it a giant bowl of cereal? Sure. Yeah, I'm not going to do a collab with you, Moonwind. Do you want me to? I mean, I could, but we're only going to discuss the fact that you paper-handed 4x GME shares last week. Even the best TA were incorrect at the end. It's like a coin flip thing. Yeah, I just don't think... I think there's too many issues with GameStop to try to use forward-leading indicators as predictive of a run. There's not enough volume to support many of them. There's massive amounts of short manipulation. Hey Greg, my DD, what's up, dude? My DD is definitely based off yours. I'm sure to mention your name when I talk about it. I've learned a ton from watching your streams for the last few months. Cool, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support, and obviously, like, I respect what you're doing. I just don't have a lot of confidence in oscillators to predict movement on GameStop. Mostly because like they only seem to really line up right when we go into a move. And like usually that move's already pretty obvious at that point. Like when we start to like when our EMAs start to cross to the upside, I mean it just on the at least on the daily. And then all the indicators look super bullish and everything looks great during the course of the run. But then they also don't turn around quickly enough. So I found far more success in tracking GME's price movements through the options chain. Is there a price or time frame for how long you're holding your SPY puts UVXY plays? Is it based off of the FOMC meeting? Yeah. Pretty much. I mean, if they go ahead with a rate increase, the SPY is definitely going to drop. I knew it. Wordscapes was the play all along. I have no idea what that is. Thank you, Trina. It says public dissemination to start on the 14th. Maybe we won't see what we want until later this week, next week. Supposedly the data is available. I don't know what that data is going to include. or how much information we're going to be able to get out of it. Remember, Citadel's had CME reporting exemption since 2012, so we may not get a lot. Any comments on RELI? Up 17% so far while the market freaks out. What do they do? Reliance Global Group? Insurance market. Focus on acquisition strategy. Wholesale retail insurance agencies. Company operation. Healthcare, Medicare, as well as personal and commercial insurance lines. So it's just like an insurance quote software. They are doing well recently. I'm not sure what the fuck's going on here. It looks, I mean, it looks like it had a nice bounce. There's some resistance here at around 850. So it may continue up. Volume's really dead though compared to the last run. So it also may not. It may just kind of stagnate here. I really don't know enough about the company to comment, say whether it's under or overvalued. But I mean, it looks like it's breaking to the upside. I would say 850 is its next test, but it needs some volume to realize it. How do you find a play like Sensonics? Absolutely. I'm just terrified to talk about options on that sub. Fair enough. It's not so bad. You get used to it. We wager we stay pretty flat until this meeting ends. Probably. Yeah. I mean, choppy, but mostly flat. When we expect the Fed to say something, at which time? Well, the meeting starts at 11:30. I don't know when we're going to get the notes from it, whenever it's over. But there's no close time for the meeting listed. I don't know how long it's going to run for. RELI was one of the squeezed target stocks with high open interest. It looks like a shitty squeeze target. We expect the Fed to say something, at which time? We don't know, Bastion. I don't know when the meeting's going to be over. It starts at 11:30. FYI, your past member streams aren't auto unlocking. Reports can only see up to 32. What the fuck? All right, I'll set a reminder for myself to check that afterwards. Weren't some of those were unlocked already, weren't they? You should be able to see more than 5 because they were public. I'll go back and check and unlock them all if that's still going on. If you're making an earnings play, how far out DTE do you typically factor in? I usually move out beyond the IV crush. So when you're playing earnings, IV can crush as you go into earnings on like weeklies and the nearest month, up to like the nearest month. So I'll generally play further dated calls, like 45 DTE, to avoid the IV crush. Which TA would you suggest becoming most familiar with to trade the SPY? It seems to lend well to my ADHD. Volume backed trend analysis is probably best for trading the SPY, with some slightly faster moving averages, like 9, 12, 16, 20 is an okay place to start. You can use RSI if you want. I know people that do so successfully. And it also depends if you're swing or day trading the SPY. BBIG cost to borrow 259%, imminent squeeze. Not necessarily. Just a run to relieve pressure. A run over which short hedge funds have demonstrated in the past they have an extreme amount of control. I don't like BBIG. I think it's, I mean, if you want to make a couple bucks on options, it'll run and print if you're close to the money. But if you're far out of the money and you're aiming for like a squeeze play, I wouldn't rely on it. It's really, AMD said Monday its president CEO Lisa Su has been picked as chair of the board, replacing John Caldwell, who has been appointed lead independent director. Yeah, I heard. That's awesome. Lisa Su's the best. New FUD on Bloomberg about SEC report on meme stocks, basically questioning the SEC's view that short sellers closing contributed to little price action during the sneeze. I mean, those conclusions seemed accurate based on the data that the SEC released. So Bloomberg's calling the SEC liars. But they just notice? The fucking report's been out for months. Texas suing Facebook. Cool. Is there a safe way to play volatility? You could straddle it, I guess. Protect yourself from a potentially bullish Fed announcement. You could play the inverse of the VIX by getting calls on the SPY. So kind of still a straddle, but Findings suggest that SEC's response to GameStop and other meme stocks may be deeply misguided. That's great. Is he trying to say that the shorts didn't cover it all? Because the SEC only indicated that a small amount of covering occurred. In the early days of the run up before the Volga Vana squeeze kicked off. So there was like some covering through this period. But not a lot. It wasn't significant. Before the massive spikes in options buying started to occur. SEC focused on call contracts and its analysis while overlooking the effect of put contracts, which can contribute to a gamma squeeze, the academics say. I mean, they can, but there was no gamma squeeze. There were definitely massive numbers of put contracts. It all started with all that all the put selling that occurred. What's SPY doing? This is just bouncing back up. The agency also didn't review short selling data before December 24th, 2020. That's fair. They did not capture a large window of what occurred, unfortunately. And really they should have, it would have been very beneficial for them to have gone back to Cohen's buy-in. If the Fed meeting ends up bullish, I'm thinking we could actually significant short squeeze in the SPY, especially over 455. What do you think? I mean, currently puts are like 3-1 on the SPY. It's possible. Not so much a short squeeze because it's an ETF, but we could see a run. There's definitely a lot of room to the upside. I mean, a bounce here would easily carry us back up to like towards 450. I don't know if we'd realize 450 today, but it's possible. I mean, if the Fed meeting's bullish, we're going to see the shedding of quite a lot of put contracts. SPY pushing up to VWAP. This would be significant. I feel like this is all too early. There's still 10 minutes to go till the Fed meeting. Unless they have some sort of news. Maybe I'll pick up some SPY calls. Just in case. I don't want Feb 14, right? I guess I do. Feb 14 for 45. 5 of them. How long till 50 Cent changes its name to $1 due to inflation? I think more than anything, if the Fed meeting is neutral or bearish, we could see a pump in the SPY before it falls off. Similar to what we saw. Shit, it was like a couple weeks ago. Was it here? On the 10th? No. It was the last peak. Was it this? I think it might have been this day where we saw the big. Is it though? Hold on. I think it might have been this one where we saw that big spike and then the market just tanked immediately afterwards. On that last Fed meeting. I think it was the 4th, but I can't remember. It looks right. Because people pump to pull their positions. It's because ETFs don't have a locked float, Adrian. So they can squeeze in the sense that a lot of covering can occur at once. Like they can run really hard, but because they're uncapped float size, and it being able to vary, a short squeeze in an ETF isn't really possible. Not in the traditional sense. Because one of the things necessary for a short squeeze is that lack of liquidity, and ETFs are essentially have unlimited liquidity. XRT running, cool. How do you cope when you exit a position with 5% loss just to watch it go plus 90% 20 minutes later? I just move on mentally. Once I've closed the position, I don't care what happens to the stock. Don't watch it. I don't know how to help you with that. It's just sometimes you're wrong. Try to figure out why you were wrong and move on. If meeting is bullish, market going to rally out of emotional relief will be FOMO. It could. We could see a large number of put positions closed. Tesla dead? It's like some. Fuck is this? I haven't updated this for days. Dun, dun, dun. I would say watch 930. There's some resistance here too at like 903. But if it breaks 903, 930 would be the next test. That'll probably require a turnaround in the overall market though. I think he's just asking if it's dead for the day, not like long-term dead. I just became a bear and I feel more villain than ever before. While I choose to remain bullish on everything, you can just be bullish on things going down. Money's money. You shouldn't care which way the stock is moving. Could a SPY pump before the meeting be a sign of bad or bearish news? It could be. It could also just be people loading up, waiting for a move to the upside. That's hard to tell. If there are rumors, we sure as fuck don't know them. I'm gonna have to buy a Bloomberg terminal so we can get in on those sweet, sweet chat rooms. February 14th was raising eyebrows a couple of weeks ago. Is this still the case? We don't know. We don't know so Ollie, we don't know the effect that that negative delta exercise of the 4.2 million shares is going to have. We don't know if that's going to be realized as FTDs. It's kind of an anomaly. We haven't really seen the effect of that before. So we don't know if that's going to create buy pressure, sell pressure. We have no idea. They have chat rooms on Bloomberg terminals? Sort of, yeah. Bloomberg terminal, 2K a month. I think it's, yeah, it's like 24,000 a year. I think 24,000 a year for a data terminal. The trading terminals, I'm pretty sure, cost more. VIX up 10%. Yep. No. It's up, but what's interesting is it's staying pretty elevated, even though the SPY is turning around a little right now. What was our high for today? Like 4 resistance there, like 441. Let's see if this continues to climb. This is an awfully big pump into the Fed meeting. And the Fed meeting just starts at 11? Hmm. Why does it cost so much? Why not? Because it's the last bastion of locking retail out of the market, right? Is data. As long as they have access to better data than us, right? We can never win. So is only Bloomberg a thing in Bloomberg chat rooms? You cope when you exit position. Even if rate hike, March 18 calls still the play. I mean, we may see some downside if that's the case. So averaging them down may be a thing. But yeah, I mean, OPEX isn't going to disappear as long as the market doesn't lose too much value. But if a market crash occurs, then OPEX is not looking good. Right? OPEX is a gamma exposure event and thus requires price improvement going into it. And then we get into some shaky territory, which is, how much can GameStop resist a drop in the overall market? I mean, if the market crashes and GameStop gets dragged down to 60 and we move into OPEX, we may not test like 150, 180. If GameStop starts dumping, would you sell your current out of the money calls? If we went below like 105, probably, yeah. I would pull them and then average down once we found some support. Doesn't Keynesian economics also like basically say that we'll never have another market crash again? And they've said that for the last 20 years through multiple market crashes. I'm not an economist, but like every time we have a market crash, they all come out of the woodwork and they're like, this will never happen again. And this is why. And then it just keeps doing it. What do you think is the VXX's potential high during the SLD period? I think the last SLD period we went up above 30, didn't we? 38. It pumped. It pumped hard in January. If we get dovish news, are you looking to add on March 18 125s or a little further out of the money? I'd probably jump into the closest thing I could grab and then start building more position further out. I mean, I really don't pretend to be an economist. I discuss the economy from the view of a trader. I've taken economics, but it is not my profession. I sent you a funny DM photo. Rocket Mortgage is watching the stream maybe from the Super Bowl commercial last night. What's this? Cash offer, Carl. It probably is, Carl. You guys keep talking about Rocket Mortgage. It's driven their algorithm to look at the stream. I don't pretend to be an economist, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. Can you explain the new security-based swaps policy that has gone into force today? No. Do you want to link me that? As far as I knew, they were just sharing the swaps data today. I didn't know that there was a security-based swaps policy going into effect. Did you talk about the Super Bowl halftime show yet? No, I didn't see it. What's up, TV? I'm gonna paper trade some VIX options. Is VIXM and VIXY? What's the difference? Monthly, yearly, Nino? You can use ETFs that track it. Also, there's UVXY and VXX. The Fed, the swaps data is from the SEC, not the Fed. Have you guys checked the Fed website? Quants. I mean, I'd imagine there's no news yet, but I'm curious. Oh, you're refreshing. You're the guy making it impossible to see the page. Nothing yet. Okay. I don't think the meeting's gonna be fucking 8 minutes long. Any update from Yelia today? I gotta reach out to her. I forgot to do that. Oh, you know what? I think she's busy. I mean, we may not see an update from Yelia today. Thanks. Maybe later. If she sends it to me later, I'll update the daily and let you guys know. I guess Paris isn't around today either. Paris hasn't sent me anything either. I'm transferring shares from computer share back into Fidelity so I can do some cash secure puts and cover calls on my level 1 options. Up to you, man. ETFs can't squeeze because they have creation redemption. That makes sense, but why can an index VIX squeeze if it's just an index on top of company stocks versus owning those stocks? I mean, it's not a true squeeze either. AJ. Neither one are a true, like an ETF squeeze or an index squeeze aren't true squeezes. They're just defined that it's like a colloquialism, right? Eric has just said that the reserve is pushing back in rate increases between meetings and that the initial increase may be smaller than investors are expecting. That's bullish. That's bullish good news. That's the kind of shit I like to hear. Ukraine sees no full-scale Russian attack in coming days. IFX. Okay, these are bullish things. Is there a chance we don't get an official announcement for the meeting until after market closes? It's possible, but unlikely. Usually the Fed has no problem announcing intraday. When day trading SPY options, would you rather buy in the money options and ride trends or buy near the money options and ride them in the money? It depends on the volume trading in the SPY that day. If the SPY's having like a big day, then I'll use near the money options. Or if there's like a big move expected or some sort of large announcement. Otherwise, when I trade the SPY on like a medium to low volume day, I use in the money options. SPY is one of the only things that I'll day trade with options because it has such close expiries that you can. There's multiple expirations each week. Someone purchased 200,000 puts at strikes 330, 350, 370, 380 on SPY, 52 million total. Okay. What's that entropy chart looking like today? No idea. I don't have an update. Probably no relative change. Like that slight uptick has already been realized. Like a lot has to happen for entropy to really move. Do you need any meditation quads on the squeeze squad? No. I did get your message. No, I'm not adding anybody to the quant team at the moment. And before Stefan even asks, absolutely fucking not. Or somewhat bullish news has been reported at Fed and U.S. Senate. There will be a Dan appointed to the position of moderator effective immediately. No, false. We're expecting price movement on Friday. As we move into the end of this week, we can see hedging start to occur. You mentioned the VIX is over short. Does the VIX squeeze hurt the same players that are short GME? Does it offset the drop to the market, net that out for them? I mean, that would be based on each of their individual positions, right? Dominic. So hard to tell. I would imagine that a squeeze in volatility would be bad for those short volatility. Especially if they're short volatility market wide, like someone like Citadel would have a big problem with that, as the majority of their positions are variance or invariance. But if they're appropriately hedged, it shouldn't matter. Then what happens? Nothing happens this whole week, like every other week. What do you mean, then what happens, Smooth? What are you following up on? Complete sentences, man. I know you're probably high as fuck right now, but are you buying cat if it goes into the 190s? If it drops below 195, I'll consider it. Would SLD affect a heavy short position by hedging to the upside? Sends. Could. What happens if nothing happens this week, like every other week? I mean, if nothing happens all week and everything just stays flat, I feel like all the shit going on in the world right now is smooth. That's highly unlikely. But if that were to be the case, then we have OPEX next week. I would love a nice flat week where Ivy bleeds off into Friday and we have an expected move the following Tuesday. That'd be fucking awesome. I don't think it'll happen. I think this week's going to be pretty fucking wild, but that'd be really nice. We could just sit here and talk about food and bullshit for 4 days. The closed green today. We asked JPAD to get that paternity test. We're all wondering, man, if you want to reconnect with your long lost money printing father. No, it's all right. I've come to terms. Can you give me a one sentence statement on what we're looking for, expecting this week? We don't want the market to crash. When does Fed release the minutes and what are the possible outcomes? I mean, they release the information after the meeting's over. Either they remain hawkish and push forward with quantitative tightening and a rate increase in March, which would be very bearish, or they ease back their expectations, coming out a little more dovish, possibly a lower rate increase in March or no rate increase through March, which would be extremely bullish. We're at a transitional moment. It's going to swing one way or the other. I don't think there's really a neutral position they could take. Maybe coming out with like a 0.25 rate increase, but continuing tapering a little further out. So continuing with asset purchase maybe into April instead of cutting it off in March. I don't know how that would look. Probably pretty bullish. I got 100p weekly for the SPY. Is this printing? How long would it take you to become the richest person in the world if you had the power to see the market ticker 30 seconds into the future? A year? Maybe? Compounding? Maybe 2 years? I don't know. If I could do the math on that. You'd make obscene money, right? You could just YOLO into everything because you know what's coming. I mean, I don't know what they can do about the cost of living. Even like our raise in rates probably isn't going to offset like rent prices and stuff. I think you just have to hope that wage inflation continues to match real inflation or exceeds real inflation. I think if they don't go full hawkish and they actually give us information on like FOMC, then the market will rally for a short while until people remember World War III. I don't think anyone's there's no World War III. Even if a conflict were to occur in the Ukraine, it would most likely be isolated there. I mean, if I could see the market 30 seconds in the future, I would just move to Cyprus and trade stocks from there where there's no taxes. I think we should continue to allow members of Congress and the Senate trade stocks, but I think when they place their order, everybody should get like a Amber Alert on their phone that X senator is buying stock XYZ in 30 minutes, and we get to front run them. That seems fair. I'm about that. And then they can keep trading, right? They can keep making money. Yeah, Congress hasn't declared like actual war since World War II, right? Or was it Korea? No, World War II. A policy alert. Oh, McConnell's pretty successful too. I'd track some of his trades. Fucking weird little old turtle man. How about they have to send a notarized letter to buy and sell? What if another country attacks before Congress declares war? Can that happen? Wait, what? Like if a country attacks the US before Congress declares war? Like Pearl Harbor? You talking about like a Pearl Harbor type scenario, Smooth? Yeah. Well, then I'd imagine Congress would declare war. An attack on sovereign soils usually a pretty fucking big deal. Especially because the US has to like, I mean, we can't ignore anything like that. We'd have to take immediate action. The number one most successful trader in the government is not Pelosi or McConnell. It's Ro Khanna and his billionaire wife. But is the success marrying a billionaire? We'll see if he divorces her at the top. I like to think JPA is at the FOMC meeting discussing rates, but like flirtatiously playing footsie with someone under the table and slyly smirking occasionally about it. That'd be hysterical. I wonder if we can get a calf cam into the FOMC closed door meetings. Yeah, I don't think Putin said they're backing off at all. He has no intention of backing off. He does not want the Ukraine entering NATO. He's been pretty fucking clear about it. What prices are you looking at for a Sens squeeze? I mean, I'd just like it to go up. I really don't care where it goes as long as it goes up. I'm just testing like a scanner with it. Don't follow it. It may just be complete shit. God. Muted mic, just calves, right? No risk to national security. I just want to see what they're doing under the table. I know you might not know, but could another Pearl Harbor type war could happen? The unique events that led to the attack on Pearl Harbor repeating themselves. It's pretty unlikely this day and age. Do you release minutes from the quant meetings? We do actually, but only internally. There's zero transparency. I learned that Ukraine invasion is strictly economic. Ukraine controls the exit pipes of gas export, and since 2014, the West controls that. Why doesn't Russia want UK to enter NATO? Still don't understand what's going on. Dude, this has nothing to do with the United Kingdom. Smooth, what the fuck are you talking about? God damn it. Go take a nap. They don't want Ukraine to enter NATO because it puts the Crimea at risk. They'll be surrounded on all sides by NATO countries. It's not good for them. It's bad for their national security. They're not a member of NATO. Although I did read an interesting political analysis of the situation that argued that Putin is trying to find a way into NATO, but is attempting to be offered a position in NATO instead of directly asking to join. And that's the reason for the grandstanding, if you will. Quantum computers, there aren't any quantum computers advanced enough to fucking crack your OnlyFans password, man. Odds of the Archduke of the Austro-Hungarian throne getting assassinated. Yeah, but China's another superpower, right? They're not necessarily allied. There's more going on than you are aware of, Pickle. There's more going on than you're aware of, Andy Ramsden. You fucking come in here acting like you know more about the situation. How long do these Fed meetings usually last? I don't know. There's no end time. So it can end. I mean, we'll see a reaction in the market probably before we even see the information. Options and futures have too much uncertainty. I'm going to take that Wall Street Bets poster up on trading a new equity called Pasts. Yeah, but there is no Soviet Union. Didn't you live in like Missouri, Smooth? Like the entire fucking world could burn and nothing would ever happen to you. You wouldn't even know what happened. Like no one's coming out. Missouri is at the bottom of the list of places being attacked or invaded. Is Missouri safe? Missouri? I'm in Mississippi. Whatever, same shit. You'd think they'd want to take out the ICBMs in Europe first, right? Wait, they're deploying JPOW with the money printer cannon to the Ukraine front lines. Uh, that'd be great. There's a U.S. Air Force base with nukes all over the place. I base all of my home purchases on the likelihood of nuclear destruction. I want to be right in the center of an explosion. No wasteland warrior for me. So New York, DC, LA, Chicago. San Diego is definitely not safe. It's like, isn't that one of the, like the largest naval bases? Just from just from today's semiconductor news, new design orders are being pushed by 2 years at the moment. SSC being the worst affected. Huh. I mean, if there's nuclear war, I'm getting taken out first. So the stream will go dark. Breaking news, I just got an aim back from JPOW that all is good and inflation is over, but also transitory-ish. Awesome. Either MOASS or Moab, the stream will go dark. San Diego get hurt first, but nukes on the east side of Russia before ICBs in West Europe reach New York. Fair. There's a ton of components from a Russian perspective, from geopolitical to economic components and simple ethnic issues stemming from the notion that Ukrainians are ethically Russian and should be a part of Russia. Oh God. So we find out about your shooting plan to end the stream. So now you call up Putin to start World War III. So just so you can end the stream with a bang. I'm onto you. Hugs. Yeah, no, that's not my ideal way of ending the stream. Pickle Morty. I think I actually have a nuclear fallout shelter in the bottom of my building. Do I think the military uses Discord for communications? I fucking hope not. I think instead of war, we should have a contest between the best vodka drinker in Russia and Dan Rod. And whoever walks away is declared the winner. Somebody stating that war won't happen if X doesn't happen is foolish and naive. There's a legitimate chance this conflict goes through no matter what happens. Yeah, I agree. Danrod would win hands down. I know. He's our ace in the hole. And he's an ace of the hole. It's fitting. Mr. Putin, sir, intelligence suggests they've called in the throat goat. How much longer are we dancing on 440? Ready to see some big ups on the SPY until something happens. If you had any question about the relevance of today's Fed meeting, this trading should tell you exactly how important it is. Can they just fight the war in the metaverse? That'd be cool. What's the point of having an espresso machine when cold brew is clearly the coffee master race? Get the fuck out of here, Dr. Drake. Would MOASS be beneficial for Russia? I mean, someone needs to find out if Putin's long Gamestop. I think if you get drafted, you don't get to like choose the position that like the job you do. That's not how a draft works. That's like if you sign up with a recruiter. And then even then I feel like you probably don't really get to choose what you end up doing. Although I'd have no idea. You confirmed when there is a sell limit, a share can't be shorted. No, I didn't. They can still lend shares. They can lend shares all the way until there's an actual sell. And if they have the shares in inventory to satisfy it, then the short hedge fund has 2 days to deliver the borrowed share. I mean, the US is doing plenty of saber rattling of their own. War is good. War creates jobs, gives the government an excuse to spend a shitload of money on ramping up manufacturing. Like it's bad because of the death, but economically beneficial. I mean, historically good in the long term too, as long as you win. Wasn't war the reason we got out of the Great Depression? Part of it. You can't put a monetary value on someone's life. I mean, they do every single day. Yeah, but anybody who's gotten student loans has had to sign up for selective service. I mean, war, unfortunately, it's not like I'm a warmonger, but in times of economic turmoil, war is something that countries turn to, unfortunately, as it solves a lot of those economic issues. So don't think there's not incentive other places for war to occur, because there is, and even though the citizenry may not like it, it's there's benefits. You have to, I mean, you have to consider that, right? How do you think you'd fare in the trenches? Oh, I'd go fucking hide in the woods. I'm not getting shot for anybody. You think JPOW is planning a war? No, but his actions today could have implications on the likelihood of one occurring. I know I hate the woods, but you know what I hate more? Getting shot. Getting stabbed is also bullshit. I want to get shot in the calves. Bicep? Somewhere with no motion. Not the thigh, it's too dangerous. Yeah, people didn't want to go to war in the 60s either. That didn't stop it. Let's talk of hyperinflation, economic fear mongering. Yeah. You transfer GME shares out of WeBull without freezing your options trades in WeBull. Yes. Unless you have margin. I'm not sure about on margin accounts for WeBull. Yeah, the Fed reports. Yeah, nothing's been said yet. I'll be your champion, but warned, vodka is not my strong suit. I can make it disappear quickly, but we'll need a padded room and a straitjacket for a few hours following a considerable chug, or shit will get wrecked. That's fine. I'm sure we could acquiesce to your demands. I'm afraid to walk away before something happens, but I really want to like go to the bathroom and get some water and like a snack. Fuck. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. There are 4 million Gme shares due soon from ECF shorting. Not that I'm aware of. There's 4 million, there may be 4 million shares due from exercised puts, but we don't know if those are FTD'd or not. It was an uncommon data point, so we're not exactly how sure how that's going to play out. Danrad, know that the hugs will be available to you in that situation on call. Can also offer to drunkenly sing Just a Friend by Biz Marquis at the top of my lungs. Hugs. Look at that support. Already answered your question, Stefan. Do you expect Gex tomorrow if the meeting is bullish? I mean, we should have some Gex anyway. It's clearly not being covered right now, but we had a pretty significant run over the last week. So yeah, I think this was Friday 7th. Yeah, so from the 7th to Friday, you know, especially where the options were getting exercised on Friday, almost $30 up. So there should be some gamma exposure this week. But they're not going to cover shit until they know the direction the market's turning. See, I feel like what's happening right now is they're slowly pushing up on the market to relieve pressure from the VIX so they can load up on VIX positions. That's what I would be doing. I don't know how long Fed meeting, emergency closed door Fed meetings last. I'm going to support you by holding the bottle at a steeper angle and then forcing another bottle down so you can assert dominance. And when you pass out from trading 2 bottles of vodka, I'll bring you to the ER so you can get better and we can get behind the dumpster again. Thanks, President Darth Dan. Just showing your support for Dan Rod in the most loving way. So 130 weekly is on the table. I didn't say that. Anybody who wants to be short the market right now. I feel like this very slow and steady push upwards is like accumulation for short positions. I think there's far more fear in the markets than bullishness right now. I don't know if the meeting's over. Yeah, any news, Dan? I mean, a market crash doesn't necessarily mean that GME won't moon. And if the market crashes, it's not like I'm going to own less shares of GameStop. All right, Dan. I mean, there was no rate increase planned for this week anyway. The rate increases for March. There is a Fed meeting today, Shinzo. There's an emergency Fed meeting that began at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. These comments shown on Russian state television suggest the Kremlin will extend efforts to reach a diplomatic solution to surging tensions with the West. Cool. No one knows when it ends. It ends when it ends. It's a closed door meeting and it has no set end time. I guess somebody could find like JPass schedule and see if he's got anything coming up afterwards. JPack comes out like Volkner and slaps on 18%. May God have mercy on your calls. That'd be a 180. Hmm. We're already at 1.3 million volume, but the price hasn't done shit today. They just slowly CNSing FTDs? Fuck yeah. Has JPO ever not been a perma bull? I mean, is he already sold, right? So he doesn't care anymore. He's out of everything. Are there any filings that show that? Their Bloomberg terminal report shows it. They have a tradable free float of 4 million shares. Also, you can, I believe their annual report shows their employee ownership. Brandon, thoughts on Jamaica? Ikama? Like, I, I have no idea. Can you explain the Fed campaign on SS to have us remove our sell limits? Who the fuck has sell limits? It sounds stupid. Are they saying that if you place a limit sell that your shares can't be lent? Because that's horseshit. Hikama? Ridiculous. Shit's getting fucking tense, man. When are these minutes coming out? What is dead may never die? I don't, what am I clipping, turd? Massacre still on the menu? Until it's not. I will say that this low volume climb does not look fucking bullish. But it could flip so quickly. There's just there's no telling. I'm trying to read into the actions of market participants, but in reality, it really just hinges on whatever the Fed says. The Fed is signing the entropy swap. Be patient. Globe shaped root vegetable. They make it into like a drink, right? There's some sort of drink they make out of it. I don't I don't like to drink anything that looks like semen. I won't drink horchata either for the same reason. No, Trash Dan's not awake yet, Darth. Are you familiar with Shopify? Dandelion, the entire market hinges on the decision of an old man who has proven time and time again that he doesn't give a flying fuck. Um, let's see how that plays out before we worry about earnings calls into the rest of the week. You wouldn't make it on Fear Factor. I wouldn't sign up in the first place. Is Missouri safe? Only if you bring your goats with you. You need something to barter. Can you explain like I'm 5 this meeting's purpose to determine if there's going to be a rate hike or not? I don't want to see the regular candles on GME. Would a rate hike from the Fed impact borrow rates? I think so. It impacts row on options, which is huge, big deal. Also impacts margin rates. Also, I mean, either way, I'm keeping my VIX position, I think, because, well, I'll probably re-enter it. I'll sell it. I'll sell it off. If we start to run, I'll sell it off, and then I'll buy back in before SLD. Ooh, maybe I could just flip short, and then I don't have to buy back anything. I just watched a clip from a guy in the Ukraine spotting Russian helicopters come in. Yeah, I saw that yesterday. Spy rip into OPEX. Too many puts versus calls. Send something to the quant chat for you to look at. Speculation for the masses. In a case of an agency which regulates currency, securities, commodities, or financial institutions, be likely to lead to a significant financial speculation in currency. But still nothing. There's considered. Oh, okay. The meeting was closed to public observation by order of the Board of Governors because the matters fall under exemptions 9AI of the government in the Sunshine Act, 5 USC Section 552B. It was determined the public interest did not require opening the meeting. Results of the meeting could lead to significant financial speculation in currencies, securities, and/or commodities. Yeah, we already know that. Pretty wide swath of instruments. Yeah, yeah. So they're exempting the meeting from being public based on the Sunshine Act. Yeah, we're gonna get a big move. It's just the question is which direction. I'm sort of straddling my VIX positions. Not a lot, but like a little straddle. $2,500 people watching GME trade sideways as fuck. I mean, today's an intense day for the market. I'm trying a zero DTE straddle at $10 out. Probably gonna lose everything. The government should reintroduce cash or clunkers program, but for expired worthless options positions. I like it. I think we did we did a poll of like share ownership before. I think it came out to be more than 250,000, like significantly more. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. We didn't used to have that many people in here back then, but my child just said yeah, but I'm positive he has no clue what he's agreeing with. Zakir's wife, can you ask him if Chair Pow is going to be dovish or hawkish? Don't even go that in depth. Just ask him if he likes doves or hawks better. It's probably the most accurate assessment we could get of the market right now. It says as soon as the meeting's over that the information will become public. So, you think the OPEX run can be kind of suffocated by a market downturn? Yeah. If the market tanks, it's definitely going to fuck up potential for price improvement. What does the entropy model show? Nothing. The price hasn't fucking changed. Entropy is like VWAP stuff, except really, really slow. So it's like extraordinarily smoothed. It is sort of. He's thinking. It's important. He says hawk. Shit. I'm buying more puts. Laughing. What happened? As a small child I've never met said Powell's coming out hawkish, so I bought some more puts. The spy's not rallying, that's why. Jimmy's lining up for another big move up late Tuesday, early Wednesday. Okay. Could be. I expect that we're going to see some hedging going into Friday for OPEX if the market remains stagnant. Everything just hinges on the Fed right now, James. If the Fed comes out and continues to push a rate increase, everything's going to tank. If they come out and delay a rate increase, everything's going to rip. So Um, I don't think we'll move against a broader market downturn. That kid's a shill. Ask one of the other 20s and curelings. Can you tell how short or long the market is currently biased from an options perspective? The SPY is short biased, like 3 to 1 puts to calls. So how about those 4.2 million XRT or GME FTDs due today? None that I like, and I know you've heard this. I've said this 100 times. We don't know what's happening with those. We don't know if they are in fact FTDs that are due. We just know that 4.2 million shares of negative delta was exercised on January 6th. Today would be the due date if that position created failures. No, we've definitely seen GME more stagnant than this. Please ask him bull or hawk. He already chose hawk. You can't do it again. Is there any other if scenarios for there's 4.2 million shares? I mean, they could have just exercised a bunch of puts to satisfy FTDs. Or at least kick them. It could have been to prevent FTDs from going into the threshold process for XRT the following morning. We just don't know. There's no way to tell. We don't know who did it or why. Maybe somebody just wanted to sell a bunch of shares on the dip at a higher price point because they had protective puts in place. It's likely that the after hours move that we saw that night was due to the exercise of those options, however. So I guess that's relevant. The hedging of that exercise. Fuck your puts, you stupid dipshit. Fuck you, turd. In your opinion, how much will the VIX spike if news from the Fed is bad? I mean, the market will tank. It'll spike hard. It's already up. It's elevated. The VIX could easily hit like 40 on bad news right now. I think the thing I'm most concerned with is if I've appropriately, so I'm long GME and then long the VIX, and I'm pretty sure that I've managed to straddle all possible economic outcomes by playing two separate short squeezes, which is the ultimate meme position. So the Fed's governors are caught inside trading and they're holding closed door meetings. I mean, they're allowed to hold closed door meetings, especially if the discussion in the meeting can affect the markets or securities that are currently trading. Otherwise, the market would just bounce all over the place with every sentence that got uttered. No idea when it'll be over. Valentine's Day Massacre. See, that's the thing, is that like the market loves shit like that. Black Monday. It was like they would love to call today the Valentine's Day Massacre. Chair Powell could make his legacy today by raising rates to 1%. He'd be written into history books for decades. And, and you should say you prostrate yourself before babies a cure on this precarious Monday. Praise be to VWAP and her prophet, babies a cure. Do you think we have a lower probability for MOASS given our lower price point? I guess anything is possible. I mean, yeah, if the price is higher, the probability for a short squeeze is also higher. Bold of you to assume history books teach anything about the market. What? They absolutely do. When you're trading the VIX, how far out do you buy? I generally don't trade the VIX. I just use it as a hedge. And so I usually buy like in the money and 6 months to a year DTE. Lately, I've just been playing the SLD cycles on it. So I've been buying like 45 to 90 days out and then just waiting for the SLD period to come in and print me a bunch of money. It helps offset inflation a little bit. Well, I feel like MOASS is this like it's like a combination of several different types of squeezes all being realized simultaneously. Trust me, bro. JPOW going to make the markets go burr and let out a vicious Riku with a wine slam after the meeting, or not. Market makers and day traders can make billions, keeping the stock sideways as options expire out of the money and price action is predictable. Whose quote is it? Is it me? Say that. What does Macroeconomic do with to ducks? There's children watching this. It's not appropriate. But if he did it, I would lose my mind. I mean, that'd be fucking awesome, but I don't know if he's gonna. Why are there children watching this? That's something I still can't explain. They definitely shouldn't be. And yet, there definitely are. How could this meeting possibly produce bullish news? What am I missing? If they back off of a rate increase, stocks go up. I'm on page 76 of options and strategic investment. And I made my first profitable day trade today. You're the man. Thanks, Ken Grifter. JFresh69 cat. I'm 8 years old and my parents don't know I watch this. God damn it. Remember when parents wanted you to watch your language around their kids? I do. That was weird. Ow. It's not COVID. What if this meeting is about something totally different? What if they're setting up someone to take the fall or something? Awesome. I still have a shitload of GME calls. There's no way today goes bad for me. I'm prepared. My body is ready. Do what you will to me, Chairman Powell. When did the meeting minutes get released? When the meeting's over? Brandon, if you want, DM me on Discord, and I will try to get you a Bloomberg screenshot for the DDS float. pretty accurate. I think the sleuths on SS, there'd be someone in DC who could video into the meeting with a drone or something. Yeah, I don't think so. Completely unrelated, but do you ever see the FDA backing off of the vape industry? Only if taxes on vapes can net the same profit as taxes on tobacco. You're recommend trading on cash or margin accounts, and why? I mean, it doesn't really matter. If you you really don't want a margin account unless you have enough cash to dodge pattern day trader restrictions. That would be the downside. So yeah, unless you have a $25,000 or more in your $25,000 or more in your account, you really don't want to have margin. It's much easier to trade with a cash account. VIX options not expire on Fridays. You know, they have an unusual options expiration. It's is it AM? I think they expire like the following morning, but I can't remember. I don't think it matters. Oh, you're talking about like the days of the week you can buy them for? You're like on the VIX directly? Yeah, I think it's Wednesdays. Yeah. If you use like VIX tracking ETFs, they just have Friday options expiries. I wonder SPY earnings, if that's a thing. I mean, the SPY has quarterly reports and dividends. VIX options are AM settled. Yeah, that's what I thought. But they expire on VIX options expire on Wednesdays. No one's blaming you for anything, man. What do you think about CGC? Nothing. Any idea what happened to that person on GMESS? Wasn't that Wall Street Bets, Mac Vader? I think GMED went up. So he ended up making money, but he bought the wrong stock. Yes, I know about hounding me about the banner. I'm aware. Wouldn't it taking so long be a bad sign? Not necessarily. Did anybody find JPow's schedule? Does he have other shit he needs to do today? I'm gonna look it up. ChairPow's calendar. 21 Feb. Feb 14th. Oh man, he's got today cleared. He's got nothing today. This is bullshit. Yeah, so wait, is this the right fucking year? Hold on. Where's his current schedule? Son of a bitch. Oh, here we go. Tuesday, Monday. Some sort of meeting with commercial paper. I don't know what the fuck that is. Foreign exchange rates at 4:15 p.m. and selected interest rates at 4:15 p.m. I think this is just the Fed calendar, though. Yeah, this doesn't really give us anything, any good information. No, nothing scheduled for Feb. I was fucking trying to find his schedule. Yeah, I only see the 2021 calendar for J Powell also. There's a 2022 calendar for the Fed, but it just has the same orders of business every day. Can I just call them and be like, is the fucking meeting over yet? Where's their phone number? Do they have a Twitter? Hmm. Yeah, it's delayed 2 months. Bullshit. Spy head and shoulders on the 15-minute. I mean, sure. It's just nothing's going on. I wouldn't read too much into the technical analysis today. E-minis are trading super thin, flat. Yeah. Secured promissory notes. I would be fucking pissed if they don't announce shit till after hours. It started at 11:30. It's still going on. You mentioned on Friday that you guess there could be a gamma squeeze initiated from the longs. What did you find out? We found out that there was some exercising going on, but due to the net volume in the contracts, it's hard to tell exactly how much occurred. So some exercising occurred, but there's a lot of other things that can affect that being realized. We also closed fucking $12 above max pain too. So there's probably gamma exposure from that as well. But they have T+2 to figure that out. So they don't have to do shit today. Check TMs if 2022. I already saw this, dude. This is yeah. This is just a meeting announcement. This doesn't really tell us anything until information's released. Thank you, Smooth. Who's attending the Fed meeting? I think the presidents and the chair of the Fed. Board of Governors. The market action last Friday killed the beautiful gamma squeeze setup. I don't know if it killed it. If the market rallies today, it could still very much be in play. VXX is how you call put on VIX. I mean, you can buy them directly on the index itself. But yeah, you could also use VXX or UVXY. Those are ETFs or ETNs that track VIX futures. You accept my apology? I don't know what you apologized for, but sure. Isn't the chairpost seat up for re-election tomorrow? He's not. He's an appointed official, and he was just reappointed. Do I follow Freemasonry? No. How does one follow that? I'm wary of any institution that combines old men and young boys in a religious setting. Always have been. It prevented me from getting diddled as a child, probably, which is good. Never went to summer camps or Boy Scouts. Stayed away from, church picnics, things like that. No Jedi Order. Do you think the Illuminati are short GME? No. Please watch Fresh and Fit. I want you to become an OG streamer and wish you the best. I don't know what that is. Citadel probably has some of Bill Gates' money. I feel like almost every hedge fund has some of Bill Gates' money in one respect or another. Never go bobbing for pickles at church. Spy doing dupes. You shit on a mathematically confirmed theory about crypto and don't even know what commercial paper is. Dude, you didn't mathematically confirm fuck all. You showed me 2 pictures of 2 charts in different aspect ratios, and you were like, look, the same. Dumb fuck. Do you follow stonemasons? Much more of a solid group. No. I don't have any patio needs because I live in the city. So I guess depending on Roland's official Zero DD, that on Tuesday or Wednesday at 132, 148, after that I expect sideways or down till the 22nd. Listen, if the mark tanks on bad news from the Fed today, Bastion, we're fucking going straight down, regardless of what the technical analysis says. The technical analysis on the market looks like a hot pile of dog shit. I would not expect a run if the market tanks of any kind. I think we'll be hopeful to hold 100. Have you ever sneezed and farted simultaneously? Of course. Have you ever shat yourself? Not for a few years. I think the last time I got flu B, like a little bit. Not enough that like you need new pants, but it was a race to the bathroom. Since TGI Fridays. During the big squeeze, would you expect big rips and big dips? I mean, there'd be a lot of volatility. I'll probably ride the roller coaster for the most part. I'm gonna set stop limits, but I also have enough of a position in GameStop that I can just sell very, very slowly over the course of the entire thing. What do I do to get annoying eyebrow dandruff to go away? What the fuck do you have eyebrow dandruff? I almost shot myself driving to work today. I had some Chipotle. For some reason, it did not agree with me. I wonder if employees at Chipotle know that they're just handing out like stool softener. I'd laugh my ass off every time someone came in to buy something. Here's a question. Have you guys ever gotten the flu so badly that you just stopped wearing pants for a day, or like food poisoning? You're just walking around your house dressed like Donald Duck. Nice. DD stands for Donald Duck. It's not the spices, Elena. It's their like 17-hour-old meat that's been sitting in like lukewarm water. I believe the term for that is shirt cocking. I call it Winnie the Poohin', but same concept. Yeah. Darth Dan he dresses like that all the time. That, you know, I 100% believe that to be true. No one laughed at my rush into the bathroom Putin joke. Sorry, Mark. I promise we'll get it next time. I got salmonella from spinach once, and it was the worst I've ever been sick. We're all humans, right? Why don't people talk about this kind of stuff in real life more? Why is it reserved for the internet? Everyone poops. There's a fucking book about it. I have a coworker listening that's borderline obsessed with Pizza Hut, and I really need you to knock him down a few notches. Stuffed crust? I mean, stuffed crust isn't pizza so much as it is just like a cheese bread. It's all just plastic. Awful. The fucking crust is disgusting. It tastes like cardboard. Just like Domino's. I got food poisoning the first night of a cruise. Not norovirus, just regular food poisoning from a steak. So what does the cruise line offer me? A free steak. I hope that industry dies. Market looking ready to crash. I am prepared. Are you edging? I'm just like, I've got a full straddle going. I'm ready. Whatever the market brings to me today, I will capture money on. I've offered up all of my power of market influence to Jerome Powell on today, this day of his Valentine. Everyone poops. Didn't know you were a communist. I've surrendered myself too. Big crash. You think Jimmy will recover during OPEX? I mean, no. If there's a big crash, there's a number of things that could happen to GameStop. I don't think OPEX is at the top of the list for the most concerning ones. Just got in. What was the sentiment on the Fed meeting? We still have no clue. There's zero information on it. Why is the SPY gone floppy? What do we got, Turd? GME stuff? 60% dark pool trades? They're fucking praying for a crash today, aren't they? Call side heavy trading. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of dark pool volume. Is that the highest we've seen it? I don't think we've seen 60% since what, the January 7th? 170s and 180s trading heavy? Bullish. Open interest 4,000. Oh. It's the highest mid buys. Bullish bets. Interesting. How's the SPY looking for I'll look on fucking hold on. When dark pool activity could hit the lit exchange? I mean, when the dark pools are dumped or when they stop internalizing the order. Oop. Dude, SPY and QQQ are massive, and IWM are all being just slammed with puts. This does not look bullish. So why the call buys on GME then? That doesn't make sense. They expecting it to inverse? It could. I don't think we've seen 70. You're thinking of short interest, Christopher. Like short volume. I'm talking about dark pool volume. I think 60 is the highest we've seen over the last, at least over the last couple months. Could it be call cells? They're at the mid. It's hard to tell. Sure, it's institutions and not retail. Yeah, I think that the notional value of the contracts is a little bit beyond retail. Are those notional amounts times a million, or wait, is that a comma or a? Can't see this shit at all. Oh, okay. So yeah, these are a little bit beyond retail scope. $5 million in call orders. So it looks like the SPY is just, they're just loading up on puts. Although the number of contracts coming in is dwindling right now. Yeah, complex order books ain't fucking retail. Yeah, I didn't think so. Did you ever get a live options tracker set up? No, the one I was gonna go with fell through. Yeah, it looks pretty fucking bullish. But a lot of in the money puts on GME today as well. Like that put flow is, or at least the notional value, like the dollar volume is kind of weighted heavily towards the March 150s, which appear to be bought. So I guess they're using that to suppress while they're fucking internalizing the majority of the order flow. Weird. You feeling dovish, hawkish, or Danish? I mean, the options bets on the SPY indicate a downside. But what's weird is the options flow coming in for GameStop, bullish as fuck. And definitely institutional. It could be that I don't think they're straddling. It could be that they're just preparing for a negative beta move. I mean, if GME can resist the downturn in the market, it already becomes a more attractive investment, right? Like it doesn't even need to grossly outperform the market. It just is, even if it just stayed neutral against a market downturn, it could become really attractive. What did you trade today? Okay, so I have a bunch of long VIX positions. I have a bunch of SPY calls, and I have a bunch of GME calls. So whichever way it goes, I'll be okay. $450, $430. I'd probably tighten up the straddle. That's pretty wide. That's a $20 straddle. But probably, yeah, I mean, straddles are a good idea when something like this is happening because we really don't know how it's going to move. And whichever way it moves, I think it'll move that way quickly. So yeah, I think straddles are a very good play here. Break under 17.43 will probably bring 1340 potential bounce, or we go to 110. 117.43. We have some resistance at 116.50 at that. There's some okay OI around 115, James. I think below that though, not a lot. Yeah, there's a tiny bit at one side. I just deleted all my support resistances, but there's some resistance at 110 that we fell to before. Although 100 seems more likely if we break down from here. How's the OI at that strike? Feb 18 has a shitload of open interest still. There's just like no fucking OI to the downside at all for this Friday. Let me go look at max pan. Hold on. I need to look like 30 days out. What's our skew look like? Max pan. Fucking shit. Yeah, we have basically no OI, like call OI under 120. It does not look good. So there's not going to be a lot of support from hedging to the downside. VIX moving up. Yeah, I know. Can you explain the term max pain? It's the term it's It's the price point at which the majority of options contracts for that week expire out of the money. Would a Feb 16 VIX 29 call be okay to hedge a Feb 16 SPY 446 call? Trying to play the meeting today. VIX 29 SPY 446. I mean, as long as whatever move occurs has enough time to be realized. I have SPY calls and VIX calls. You think you could retest the 86 to 90 range? I don't know what's going to happen if the market tanks. I don't know how far we'd fall. We don't seem to have a lot of option support to the downside, at least for 30 days to expiry. You made a question about going up this week due to hedging T+2, due to closing above max pain last week. I had to mute due to work. Sorry. I mean, it looks like they're waiting. Any hedging they're going to do would probably be realized tomorrow, and they're waiting for the outcome of this Fed meeting. They've bought some in the money puts today, so price is stabilized to the downside. They're covering FTDs. Like, we still have decent volume, 1.55 million so far. But it doesn't look like any moves are being made. Like, they're just waiting. If they have FTDs to cover and they have gamma exposure to unwind, they'd want to wait for this meeting, because if the price of GameStop falls, they could do it cheaper, right? I don't understand why they're getting puts on the SPY, calls on G. And we don't know if that's not the same. There is no guarantee that that's the same entity. You're saying they, as in there's like this one evil boss of the market. We don't know who the fuck's piling puts onto the SPY or who's buying calls on GameStop, right? We do know that the moves are institutional, mostly because of their notional value. But yeah, there's no guarantee that that's the same position, right? Since when does GME move on news? GME mostly tracks the market. And if they have an opportunity to cover exposure at a cheaper price, they're going to wait for it, right? So what we're seeing today is them passively avoiding moving the price, right? There's 60% dark pool volume in the money puts to stabilize price action. They're waiting this out. They're waiting for whatever happens here. Vixie bull flag AF. It's not over yet. How good of an indicator are institutional calls on GME today? We don't know. They're at the mid. They can be sold. What's source? Jumping IV indicates a buy. How much did IV bump? They're buying them? I mean, if institutions are buying 180s, that's like a fucking squeeze play. They know something we don't. I'm gonna fucking buy some. Fuck this. Nope, it's the wrong fucking stock. Looks like they're buying them for Feb 18th, right? Feb 18 and Feb 25. What if they're just trying to crush IV today to get them cheaper? Jesus Christ. That seems relevant to show people. Look at GameStop call volume today, guys. Uh, how's call volume as compared to before November's run up? Not sure. But the market just dumped $2 and GameStop didn't fucking move at all. So why is IV's bumping on GameStop too? I just bought these Feb 25 150s and we've dropped in price and they're up 3%. Tell us more. Tell us more. Tell us more. You calm your tits, all right? How come GME call volume on that chart doesn't look anywhere close to shift search? Shift search is only displaying. It depends on which view on shift search you're looking at, but like the what's trading column just shows you the largest by like the largest number of trades by notional value. You have to switch it to volume. If you look at volume, you'll see like the massive number of Feb 18 180s, 175s, 125s, 150s coming in, like 2700 and 2200 contracts for those. Is this goodbye market? Is there Fed news? Hold on, I need to find out if there's Fed news. Is there Fed news? I'm assuming that there's Fed news. Quants. Check DM. Breaking. United States Departments order the destruction. Destruction of computer equipment. Threats of Russian invasion. Okay. Isn't that like standard practice? Still nothing? This can't be just from the State Department bailing out of the rain, right? Still no news. Okay. U.S. officials say satellite images show Russian troops leaving assembly point, moving to attack positions. War starting. Fuck. Vixie hit 20. Smells like premeditated Wall Street dump. Go Burr. Creating Ukraine would not serve Russian interests at this time. An insider. Fed split over opening rate bid may put weight on Feb data MSM, so take with a grain of salt. The VXX calls are up a lot. I mean, so are mine, but the Prime's loading up on calls before we're calling shares. That's possible. They're so near term. It's weird. It's like I don't know. It could just be a hedge to volatility for the short term. GameStop released 13G. Ah, shit. I gotta go. Hold on. G1 execution services? 3 million shares? Susquehanna Investments. Aggregate amount beneficially owned. 3 million. G1 execution services. Wait, does Susquehanna, are these separate? It's G1 Execution Services, Susquehanna Fundamental Investment, Susquehanna Investment Group, and Susquehanna Securities. Options to buy 7,300 shares. The number of shares reported is beneficially owned by Susquehanna Securities. Includes options to buy 2,957,000 shares. Not principally owned. $3,056,239. Hmm. Puts don't grant appreciate. Looks like Susquehanna has about 3,050,000 shares and the right to buy another 2.7 million shares in call options. What are you going on about, Keith? Bullish, bearish, or fraggish? It's odd. Yeah, do we know what they do we know what they had prior? Went down? Hmm. Previous shares 4.4 million. Now down to 3,056,000. Interesting. They still have options contracts for the right to buy another like 2.7 million. No, that's I don't think the 2.7 million are counted. The options are counted in the total. Options aren't direct ownership. That's why they have them listed separately. G1, first one out the door. Maybe. The statement is being filed to report the fact that as of the date hereof, the reporting person has ceased to be the beneficial owner of more than 5% of the class of securities. Are they trying to dodge reporting requirements? That's what it looks like. $2.9 million calls. Yeah, so it's just a hedged position between. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Like these aren't fucking reliable sources of ownership anyway, but it's good to know. I guess it's weird that Susquehanna is repositioning. I mean, it looks like their holdings dropped. It hasn't increased. They're now below 5% ownership of the shares outstanding. No, that's the total number of shares owned by all four entities, Tendi. Parallax. Parallax and heavier put. Way heavier. What are we? Sure. What are you highlighting here with parallax? And besides the fact that they're massively put favored, they have 9,000 shares. I mean, Jimmy's still kind of holding this 116 support, and the market's fallen off. Shit, $4 almost. GameStop really only down about $1. This is, I mean, it's good. It's good that we're resisting the downtrend. You think this has to do with transparency and Susquehanna is tightening up their books to get more in line with proper reporting? It's possible. Or to avoid it. Dow down 400 points. Jesus. Gold up. Ooh, where do I have my GLD? There are institutions buying weeklies for the 18th and the 25th. How do I know what? The institutions are buying calls for the 18th and the 25th? Hedging against the market? Maybe. Parallax volatility advisors. Ooh. So you think Parallax is holding the IV position? That makes sense. Short IV though. It's a nice bounce here on 1650. A little bit. Just turning up with the market though. Do the option spread for XRT? Oh. Is the fall of Rome comparable to the current situation in the US? No, Rome had good roads. Ukrainian president said he's been informed Russia will attack Wednesday. I don't give a shit about FX Hedge. Why do you get your news from them? Go get your news from a reliable source, not fucking Twitter. And then cross-check that source and verify it. Incoming FX Hedge. Putin margin called. $2 p.m. Three Ukrainians and forums say life is normal. Western media is blowing up the fear propaganda. Probably. America. Fuck yeah. Right? That's what we do. It's like you don't know us. Ukrainian president confirms it until Wednesday is the start of the invasion. What kind of shitty proxy war is this where like the invaders are declaring, hey guys, we'll try to be there by Wednesday at 4 p.m. Is that gonna work for you? Promise me he'll never die. Okay. I'll try not to. It's a bluff. He's gonna invade tonight. Putin's waiting for the Fed minutes. All right, well, whatever happens, I'll be right back.
right, I'm back. Market crash, call starting to rip. Yeah, weird shit's going on. Volatility spiking for no apparent reason. Can you call Jonah Hill and ask how War Dogs 2 ends? Hmm. Oh, that was terrible. They're not Cool Ranch Doritos. Does OPEX on Jamie occur every month? Yes, but the quarterly dates are more significant. YouTube streamer chokes and dies on stream minutes before MOASS kicks off. Probably. I don't care what Boss Blunt said. He's a moron. Have you thought to stream from Twitch? I have a Twitch channel. There's a link in the description. I don't stream from it, but it's there. In case I get banned from YouTube, which seems inevitable. On Twitch, I can sub with Twitch Prime. Free money. Eh. I'd rather make money on stocks. Have you read the new paper, a report by the Ad Hoc Academic Committee on Equity and Options Market Structure Conditions in early 2021 yet? DMA, Paris. I love reading shit like that. You can absolutely charge $100 for memberships on Twitch. So we don't know why yet, but it looks like institutions are buying shitloads of Feb 18 and Feb 25th expiry options in like the 170 to 180 strike range. I'm not sure why. The notional amount isn't very high, but the volume is. I don't think DFE would ever sell, but not for the reasons that you think DFE would never sell. I'm pretty sure DFE can make like 30 to 60 grand a week on selling covered calls. Oh, he can make a lot more than that, but if he's selling them really far out of the money, nice, Mr. Bathtub. Nice try. You still think the notion of retail owning the entire float is insane? Is insane as impossible? Or insane that it's ridiculous that it's happened? I feel like I've stated many times that the data shows evidence that retail owns most, if not all, of the float at this point. Do I think we own multiples of the float? Like 5 times the float? Absolutely fucking not. Are you going to spend all day in here pushing whatever shill agenda you're trying to push, Keith Sweatpants? Or you're just going to out with it and say your piece? Ooh, big ups. I don't know. I'm checking for the Fed notes right now. Fed notes, big things happening. Is this just volatility? Next hedge tweets 2 p.m. margin call for whom? I don't fucking know. It's 2:30 though. I'm still convinced they're just posting their own margin calls. A lot of time has transpired since some of these comments, so I'm letting you address them prior. Prior to what? You're trying to get me to say things out of context to prove a point you have. The GameStop, the information we have on GameStop has greatly evolved over the last several months versus when I first started doing this. So I'm not sure what your goal is, but it's you're carrying it out in a very disingenuous way instead of being direct or truthful. Fucking shills. Yes, I know. It's arguing in bad faith. It's just very curious in the way it's being presented. What a long, drawn out effort. Looking back at May and August OPEXs, we don't seem to run that hard at all until a day or two after. Am I missing something here? We ran on August OPEX. It's the T+2 period. Are you missing that part, Sahib? OPEX date is the day the options expire. The gamma exposure is due in T+2. I think that might be what you're missing. Where are you going to get a helicopter, though, Carl? Don't worry about it. I'm a little worried about it. They have T+2 from Friday for whatever gamma exposure was generated on Friday, Robert. If we fell below 100, would I expect OPEX? It depends on how far below 100 we fell. I mean, if we were still at like 90, yeah, I'd expect some price action because we traded around that price for most of the last month. Significantly below there, like if we fell into like the 70s or 80s, 70s, 60s, yeah, I wouldn't expect too much price action from OPEX. In that case, Feb 18s never really made sense. Feb 18s were designed to capture the period in between SABE and the expectations of a repeat of last January due to the FTD pileups. They weren't designed to capture the February OPEX run. If you read the DD when I released it like 3 months ago, you wouldn't be asking these questions. Or you could just read it now. What news is causing this? I have no idea. Do near dated options elicit more hedging by MMs since they have higher gamma? They can, although there's there's indication that they don't hedge appropriately, right? Like they don't hedge like 100% of what they're supposed to. So, options bought for like weekly expiries are less likely to be hedged appropriately. And newer dated calls have lower delta, which is what they're hedging. But newer dated calls can push up the gamma maximum. Putin just released a cryptic tweet about the metaverse. Unlikely. Dueling leaks from Fox and CNN, a lost in translation joke by the Ukrainian president that was mocking the date of attack. Questions are good fun, not put their pickle in my jar. This isn't running on news. When Pickle gets mad, the lines turn green. Say fucking shills again. There's another press briefing? It's not a press briefing as far as I know. We're just waiting on information from the Fed about their meeting today. Look at QQQQ volume. It's kind of just doing the same thing as the SPY. Gamestop still climbing. That last message had terrible grammar, and now I'm embarrassed. It's okay. Questions are good fed. Pentagon press briefing in progress. Does someone want to send me the link? I need the... Do we have the direct Pentagon link? Thank you, Carl.
The Russian Defense Minister, Shoigu, said this morning that they are going to end soon, or they are even ending some of their military exercise. So, since you say that they continue to reinforce their deployment, what does it mean? You don't take him at his word, or it's not relevant for this?
I'm not challenging his word that he's ending exercises. That's not the point. The point is he continues
This guy's face looks like it's made out of Play-Doh.
An increasingly large number of Russian troops along that border with Ukraine. The fact that I'm happy that they're speaking to their exercises. That's a welcome change for them to be transparent about what they're doing with exercises. They haven't been at all transparent about what they intend to do with this massive buildup. It strains credulity to think that they would have this many troops arrayed along the border with Ukraine and in Belarus simply for winter exercises. So we still think there's a diplomatic path. If they want to send a strong signal about de-escalation, they could, if in fact these troops are done their exercises, they could send them back to their home garrisons and reduce the presence along that border. That would go a long way. Yeah, Orrin.
John, officials have warned that
No, I swear, this
Russian invasion will
isn't
be
Saturday
preceded
Night
by a
Live.
series of sort of preparatory steps: information warfare, cyber attacks, instigation of protests in Ukraine, state media preparing the Russian population for casualties. Are you seeing that? And if so, how specific can you be about what you're seeing?
It's a piece of the Russian playbook to lay down a foundation for the military action with.
We heard that you were in the
cyber
market for a
operations,
home. We're proud to announce we are now
operations,
offering Barbie Dreamhouse
even
mortgage
hybrid
products. For
operations, as we
$5.10 a
saw
day,
back
you
in
too can
2014,
displace a Barbie out of their home.
These are, in fact,
Oh, that's a
Russian
great
soldiers
deal.
that aren't dressed as Russian soldiers.
Thanks, Rocket Mortgage.
We're on the. We are monitoring this closely and certainly on the lookout for the use of any of these kinds of tactics. I won't speak to specific assessments as here today. I would just tell you that we're watching this very closely, and it's one of the reasons why, Orrin, that we've tried to be open over the last week and a half, 2 weeks about the potential for these kinds of non-kinetic, if you will, that's a Pentagon phrase, I know, but non-kinetic tactics and procedures used by the Russians to begin to sow the seeds for potential armed conflict, to include creating some sort of pretext that the Ukrainians would react to that then they could claim was a threat to their national security. So
That's called a false
I
flag.
can't speak with specificity.
How do you not know the
today
name of that?
Of anything
Who hired
that is glaringly obvious, except to go back to what we said before about the things we have seen in the intelligence about their preparations for those kinds of non-kinetic, sort of low-intensity operations that they could use to their advantage.
Broadly speaking, you can't say yes or no a foundation is being laid at this point?
I think we've seen them certainly make it clear that they want to lay that foundation. I think I'd leave it at that. Yeah, Megan.
If there is any sort of invasion this week, will that affect the secretary's schedule at all while he's in Europe?
So you can't say false
The
flag,
secretary
but
is
you have to
leaving
just
tomorrow
like
morning
describe
for
it in great
Brussels.
detail instead.
And the plan is to to stay for the entire time, no matter what?
We'll have to see, obviously, how things play out. Secretary's looking forward to his trip, looking forward to meeting with these leaders, looking forward to making clear our commitments to our NATO allies. Jim?
John, just what role is China playing in this whole Ukraine-Russian aspect? And is the Defense Secretary worried about the role they're playing?
We certainly have been watching
I don't know about false flags, but I want a bull flag.
Burgeoning relationship here between Russia and China. Their February 4th joint statement certainly provided further evidence that China has decided that they're going to stand alongside Russia with respect to what's going on in Europe, and we would say that their tacit support, if you will, for Russia is deeply alarming, and frankly, even more destabilizing to the security situation in Europe. Nancy.
I had a question for you about some of the comments the president made.
Why aren't they asking when the Fed minutes will be released? Seriously.
About what commanders were observing on the ground in Afghanistan. And I'm just trying to get some fidelity on that, because it would seem to me that the secretary and the chairman are tasked with communicating to the president what troops on the ground are seeing. So could you help me understand what responsibility that the secretary and the chairman have for the president not getting essential information from commanders on the ground on the final days of the war?
Nancy, what I would tell you is throughout the month of August, in fact, well before the month of August, there was a very robust, steady, frequent interagency process, decision-making process. I mean, we started thinking about and planning for non-combatant evacuation as far back as April. And we didn't do that in a vacuum. There was ample interagency discussions about that as far back as the spring and all through the summer. And the chairman and the secretary absolutely take very seriously their requirement to provide the commander-in-chief with their best advice about how to proceed forward, about how the situation is changing. And there were many, many opportunities for them to do that, both in terms of larger interagency meetings as well as private sessions that they have weekly with the president. And they've said,
can you get Rick Moranis to play this guy in the Gamestop movie?
I would tell you, because I know what's prompting the question, and I would just tell you that that commanders at the tactical level absolutely were trying to make the best decisions they could in real time under incredibly difficult circumstances.
A lot of weekly calls sold,
and they were seeing things through, rightly,
bullish for the rest of the week.
Their prism in
Big
the
sells
moment.
around
There at the
110,
airport.
115,
There
120
were
area
other
seem to be
perspectives
coming
at a
back.
strategic level.
We're seeing lots of
and I would
weekly
tell you that
calls
the president
bought.
has a much bigger view.
They appear sold,
on
but
what's
the
going on,
increase in implied volatility
than
in them
at the
would
tactical
indicate that
level.
they're being
And
purchased.
those discussions were happening here in
They're
Washington,
happening at the
D.C.
mid,
And
so
there was,
you can't really tell if they're bought or sold, but the IV
literally
going up
daily
indicates
touches
that they're being
between the
bought.
secretary and the chairman and leaders on the ground there at the airport.
Or
So the
lends a little
information
more
flow
credence to them being purchased.
was strong, but at no time did the National Security Council
Less reporting requirements,
try to
Charles.
stop an evacuation or slow it down or gum up the works. The leaders on the ground certainly were working under incredible pressure and certainly as they gave these interviews for this investigation, doing that honestly, not knowing that these documents were going to be made public. So
There's
they were
SPY
very candid about
445
what
a
they were
hedge.
seeing.
Yeah, so is the
At the
450s.
strategic level, there were different perspectives, interagency perspectives that were also factoring into the decision-making process. But there was no effort here in D.C. To slow down or stop the evacuation.
Since I'm on Afghanistan, just to follow, can you tell us what the status is on evacuating the families from the August 29th?
That work still continues, Nancy. Obviously not at the speed with which we are satisfied.
How long is this fucking thing?
But we haven't lost focus. We haven't diminished
A little
our
too
strong
quiet.
desire to to get them to safety.
It's been 6 months. Do you think it's days away, weeks away, months away?
I would
Can you give
be.
us-
The sound
I'd
is
be reticent
fucking
to give you an
terrible.
estimate.
It's like they have just the whole room mic'd.
If we had total control, it would have been months ago. But I just don't have an estimate for you. I can just assure you that it's not been forgotten, and that there's a deliberate, concerted effort to do the right thing by those family members and get them to safety here in the United States. Yep. Let me go to the phones. Jeff Shogel.
Still no news for out of the Fed.
Thank you. The United States is certainly taking a number of precautions that indicate
Russia
it
has
believes
the whole room
war is
mic'd.
likely, including closing
Why? They could
the
just watch it
embassy
on
in
YouTube.
Ukraine. Is there any chance that U.S. troops in Europe might be, is it possible that Europe might be part of the combat zone tax exclusion, in which troops in Europe would not pay taxes on their pay?
Jeff, the president has made clear that U.S. troops are not going to be fighting in Ukraine. The troops that we have added to the already 80,000 that are based in Europe are going to reassure our allies and our partners to deter aggression against the alliance.
This guy's got nothing else to say. Breakout of the cup and handle. So, not every time that the price goes down and then back up is a cup and handle formed. Hated that. Let's never do it again. Yeah, that wasn't the other one was better. At least things were being said. I couldn't watch that guy wring his hands anymore with his weird Play-Doh face. It was freaking me out. His hands must be so sweaty. Oh, God. All right, enough, Sean. That guy was a war shill. Systems was Russia hacking while the world was looking at exercises and troop building? Good question. When you're bullish on a stock, you can even find cup and handles watching the single ticks on the chart. I'm speaking from experience. What kind of MTG player do you think Putin is? Combo. And for all we know, they're still in the meeting. It's the ultra rare intra-hour cup and handle starting at 13:30. Thanks, Russell, my jimmies, for spotting cup and handles in the wild. If MOASS gets blamed on Russian hackers, oh, seen it all. They're not gonna. MOASS isn't gonna. The Russian hackers aren't gonna stop MOASS. If Putin's short fucking GME, he's just gonna take down computer share servers, right? JPAT told me inflation is when 50 cent gains weight. Yeah, I know. Putin pulled his super yacht out of Germany. Can you explain why people use the term puts or same as shares? I don't know. Something's supposed to happen today, said the shill knowingly. Something will happen once the Fed does something. Fed waiting for after hours? Probably to fuck us all. Am I gonna carry these shitty weeklies into after hours? I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, he said Putin was short GME, so it makes sense, right? Fucking ridiculous. Top 3 moments of the day: on-stream choking fit, conversations about shatting, Play-Doh face with sweaty hands chill. Thanks, Mike Buys Leaps, for filling me in on the highlights. Comments on XRT short interest going down to 290% on Ortex. I told you guys that short interest on ETFs is based on shares outstanding. So as the shares outstanding increases or decreases, the short interest ratio or the percentage goes up or down with those movements. Of course, Gaff. God. Dude, do you even GME? How do you not understand that all wars, federal actions, and money flows to and from GameStop? It is the singularity of the market. Exactly. Energy crisis in the EU, GameStop. Putin moving his yacht, believe it or not, GameStop. Obligations warehouse is in the Ukraine. All right, that's the best one I've heard all day. Yeah, they released notes on national credit, but no news about the rate increases yet. James Webb Telescope successfully deploying, believe it or not, all thanks to GameStop. Well, how else would we know where to land on the moon, Shane? Putin's yacht is named GameStop. Coincidence? Is anybody tracking Putin's yacht yet? I mean, besides the move from Germany? Like, do we have a guy for that? I'm tracking it. It's in the ocean. Good job, Popcorn Trader. Remember when I actually convinced some people on Superstock that GameStop deployed in secret like 500,000 satellites? Good times. I do vaguely remember you doing this. If we have a guy for that, it will. Well, he won't be the guy for long. Yeah. Doesn't Putin just ride a dolphin around? That's what I thought. I've been in a meeting. Sorry if you discussed any significant thoughts on the GME 13GA. It looks like Sus shed a bit of their holdings, dropping them below 5%, which probably means reduced reporting requirements. The best part was I took a ban, but the post stayed up. Any update on the BNY Melon X Blind Melon NFT? None that I'm aware of. There was 844,000 worth of VXX 218 2650 puts coming in. It doesn't look like they're printing. All right. Fed notes released after market close today. It's looking that way. Fed releases January minutes. Yeah, that's different. That's not from this meeting. There is a release of Fed minutes from the January meeting this Wednesday, but that has nothing to do with what's the emergency meeting being held today. Is that dude still announcing the number of awards I get? I have 11,000 followers on Reddit. Like, why is it weird that my posts get awards? %80 of them probably are bots. Who else is gonna keep track? That's fair. I love his post. Every day is like 11 awards in 5 minutes. Sus. That's his contribution to Superstock. Good for him, man. I'm glad he's found something to do that he feels is useful in life. It's not work if you love it, right? You're back gonna give you some snakes. Are you gonna give me 69 of them? If it's not 69 snakes, Jared, don't even bother. It's not gonna start MOASS. Resize this picture. Oh, glorious. What is your take on the Google stock split? I started selling cash secured puts on Google this week. I'm going to continue selling them out of the money until we approach the split. So I'll just keep following the price action and selling them slightly out of the money until we approach the split. And then I'll start to sell them in the money as we get closer to it and hope for exercise. So I can pick up some shares. Definitely want to start selling covered calls on Google after post split. Nice income stream. Revenue stream. Income. Holy crap. It's the ultra rare. I don't follow Girk, but I have his user pinned to my mobile app for easy access right beside all the porn multi Reddits. Thanks, Jean-Claude Van Damme. Might be telling that each time the Fed has avoided a downturn in the market, they have released that info intraday, and this time they're not, right? It's fucking shady. Waiting for him to ask for commenting privileges on Think Tank. No one deserves it more. He's doing the Lord's work. There's a lot of people whose entire post history is just talking shit about me. And you know what I have to say to those people? Fuck them. Fed govs got to get out of their position first. Come on, you know this. I know. Can't pull the rug till everyone's out. Will you stay online after market close to review Fed minutes? I don't know if they're going to be released by then. As soon as they're released, I'll put an update on the Discord. It's not like we're not going to see what happens though, in like on the charts. It's not like they're going to release that information and everything's going to stay sideways. Or they do. No. There's no sideways. What is it, Smooth? Are you fucking... I saw your question, but I figured that you wouldn't want me to read it because of embarrassment. You said... Well, I'll go back to it now. Does Putin have Congress to declare war? And I felt that ignoring that, because you're obviously high as fuck, was a generous action on my part. Does Russia have a Congress, or is it just Putin? I mean, it's an oligarchy. Putin's in charge of it. So I'm sure they have some sort of voting body that they ignore. Later, Irish meltdown. Then why do you ignore my comments? I'm definitely not high as a kite. I didn't ignore your comments. You just haven't said anything about there being fun federal facts. Does Congress cost the same like shares? I heard the JPOD just accidentally fell out of the window at Congress. That you? No, I didn't say that. I'm on my third blunt, to be honest. We know. We can tell. And sometimes, man, your brain is like, it's just like a marble, like just the most like perfectly polished. I don't ignore you, Madara. I wish Putin had his own trading channel called Putin Puts. Gaff, do you know if the obligations warehouse is in Ukraine? There's a working thesis. I'd say you ignore me, but I force it on you too much. Maybe that's why. If you're waiting for another day or two to fill out any of your position for next week, or did you lock in everything you want? Oh, I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I bought some like weird weeklies today for funsies. The stream is starting to feel like an oligarchy too. It's not. I'd say it's more like a dictatorship. You never read my comments, and I'll have you know that I'm considered hilarious in my own mind. I'm just getting a chance to tune in. Anything interesting happen with the market? Actually, no. Let's go with no. In completely unrelated news, I was in Kiev in October for work. We're gonna have a meeting about this. Are Brazilian puts in a seller box at the Ukrainian obligations warehouse? Just listen to your roast, your viewers, is enough from one oligarch to another. Cheers. Thanks, Grizz. Maybe the announcement is so big they need to wait till after hours so they can't halt the price. Maybe. Are Brazilian puts VWAX? Oh, man. Have you shared any more thoughts on the calls being bought for this week? Seems weird. It does, so I bought some. Those were my thoughts. They've been mostly up. I can't complain about them. You think your wife is a spy? Maybe JPAD isn't delaying the announcement because it's worth 10 quarterly announcements. Maybe. I think after hours announcement, the meeting would be bullish or bearish. I don't know. Maybe they're just like not really accomplishing a lot in the meeting and it's not over yet. Fluffy Puppers, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. That was weird. Okay. Yeah. Do that, and I'll add you to the place after this is over.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the B-Rock,
exposure period that begins at the end of this
got the
week.
man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seen no conversion.
Next week. We can
Might
see
be H, but we
pre-hedging
ain't
of
that
that
Joe.
exposure.
Motherfucker trade this is popcorn code. When the
Especially if we
Citadel
stay
fails,
in
I'm a
this
bomber on
price
both.
range.
Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Feels weird that those 180 Fed calls are up. Shouldn't Ivy be crushing them right now? No, Ivy's bumped up all over the place. Big IVs in the market because VIX go vroom. Yeah, it was really loud, wasn't it? I'm sorry. It's okay. Finally, now I can eat nuts without listening to you complain, cool daddy. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I still had it turned up from that stupid Fed meeting or Pentagon meeting. Hear about Long Johnson now? Do I know everyone again? Yeah, sure. It's not like you guys weren't warned that music was incoming.
Long Johnson. Long Johnson.
I will tell you this much. The swaps information is out, and I haven't read it at all, but I know this. It has not revealed anything significant. We use that award counting guy to let us know whether or not our award bots are getting out of control. We'll take this $3 out of your award kitty for tomorrow. Dicks. Whatever. Why can't you get your volume balanced out? Well, because it's the same volume for multiple things. This isn't a production. This is just me streaming shit from my computer. Is it a sword fight if two of my VIX contracts touch? Yes. Does this count as improv? Maybe. I don't want to increase my production budget. I stream stocks. There shouldn't be a production budget. You guys are lucky I can write shit on the screen. Get your shit together. I think Vixie is what Schwab has, or it's like VIX dot M. I can't remember how Schwab has it listed. There's also, you could also use VXX or UVXY. Stock charts versus trading view. Gonna start doing TA outside of WeBull. Probably trading view. It's got a lot of tools. You need to submit BR Shill Form 741 instead. It allows for large FUD budget for modern delivery methods. Choose YouTube from the dropdown. Didn't they cover this in your onboarding? No. Fell asleep. Vixie is the triple leverage from E-Trade. Okay. I mean, there's a lot of them. Can you explain why VXX moves so much less up or down than VIX? VXX is it's based on the VIX short-term futures. It's an ETN. So it's tracking the futures, not the index. Hmm. This doesn't make any fucking sense. Hmm. GameStop's doing weird shit. Breaking GME filing ID 10T? Wait, what? $10Q? Why the fuck would they file that? You think you have an 8K? Oh, ha! Fuck you guys. I have a free word burning a hole in my Reddit account. Am I okay to use it on your post tomorrow after 10 minutes? I mean, as long as you don't do it initially when the post comes out, like, I wouldn't want my work to be awarded too quickly because you're going to trigger that guy. He's not going to be able to count. Yeah, I don't know what's the worst statement here, that I followed up on his post, on his comment, or the fact that somebody could really tell me that and I would think that they just didn't know what they were talking about and something had actually happened. It's concerning. It was perfectly timed. There was like that big green candle. I thought something happened. Theory on Fed waiting to announce an after hours? Bad? Could be. Who has the most persistence on Superstock? RRP table guy? Starfish today's the day guy? Or the dude in your comments that really likes the cut of your Cornishans? Oh, it's definitely the dude in my comments who likes the cut of my... He's been there since day one. Nothing from the Fed yet. With such little faith in us that he thought these smooth brains. I mean, that's a lot of the information I get is like that, right? Day to day. Don't forget to check your DMs, a PDF, a report by ad hoc academic committee on equity options and market structure. I will. Thank you so much, Paris. It's all good, Andy. We assume that if the Fed sends public info, you sue the Fed over a move like that? I mean, you'd have to prove that they set it up that way. It's difficult to prove collusion. Spy climbing indicative of the Fed meeting being positive? No. Because we have no news, so we have no idea. I mentioned earlier that price could run up late Tuesday. Indicators are now pointing to a move over 130 as early as the afternoon. We'll see what the Fed says. We have some range to the upside. I think we even have gap to the upside. 27-ish. Tomorrow's our gamma exposure too. So that'll be cool. Depending on what happens with the market. It doesn't look like we're gonna get any information from the Fed today, though. I mean, not with fucking 23 minutes left. So they're just not gonna say shit. I wonder if there could be some other reason for a delay in the Fed announcement. National security? Could they really call that though? Like if the Fed came out today and went to raise rates, could they be stopped because of national security? I mean, I don't even know whose power that would fall under. Do you think that if the 4.2 million shares are FTD, they could be covered tomorrow? Possibly. We still don't know how that affects the price of the stock because we haven't really seen them do that before. Or why they did it. I mean, all we know is that a large negative delta value was exercised on that day. The minutes release Wednesday. No, the January minutes release Wednesday, not the discussion from today. This discussion from today's emergency meeting, should be released as soon as the meeting concludes. At least according to their announcement on their website. Breaking, Fed announces can't stop, won't stop, Gamestop. The Treasury? Fucking yelling, gagging JPA. Who's the head of the Treasury right now? It's not Yellen. That'd be funny though. So does Yellen. It's Yellen, right? It's not Satan. What's Dick's at? Diverged even more. The fucking dark pool volume today is at like 60%. Nice, fluffy Osa. The absolute canon will avoid any discussion about rates, which rattles the stability of the US dollar. This is what we discussed in our VC. Nothing is more important than the stability of the dollar. Yeah, I know. But how long can they go without announcing their intention to hike rates? Like, they're not going to just like do it with no forward announcement, right? Or do they feel that they've already announced enough? They'll just do it in March and not say anything. Like, hey, surprise, 0.5%. Let's just not tell them. Yellen does have the authority to have the Fed hold their message pending review. Okay. When is SLD again? It begins this Wednesday. Well, now there's like a national security angle, right? With the possibility of conflict in Ukraine. Now they can really pull some shady shit. I think SLD is why these weeklies are being bought. I mean, I would say OPEX, but so many of them are for the 18th, it doesn't make sense. There's zero fucking proof that the put selling came from the plunge protection team. SLD stands for supplemental liquidity deposits. Where can you see when SLD starts? Should be on FINRA's website. Have those calls continued to be bought after you first mentioned it? I don't know. I wasn't tracking it. Yeah, it looks like they have. OI is up about 500. When FTDs? Right now. That's why we have so much volume with nothing else going on. Remember, all day long, CNS just churning fucking FTDs into nothingness. And options being hedged. There's all kinds of shit going on with the SPY, but mostly it's bearish. I would say that the options chant for the SPY looks very bearish right now. Turns out these hedge funds are pretty good at this. No shit. Why is the VIX going down? Because the market's sort of moving up. How's the GME options chain? It's call favored today. It's looking pretty bullish. There's still calls coming in. Lots of weeklies, which was weird. We discussed that earlier. I made a note regarding it in the daily, if you want to go check that out. Will you stream when we see anything significant after hours, after the news? If anything happens after hours, I'll post an update on Reddit. Or not Reddit, on the Discord. I made a new piccolo for the stream, posted on Discord, but it's not animated yet. Well, I'm gonna wait for it to be animated. Brett Madan. Theoretically, if you only had enough money for only a SPY weekly put or a GME weekly call, which would you choose? Neither. I would save my money till I had more of it. And I didn't have to make such risky options plays. I'm feeling great, Elena. How are you feeling? Ripping right after close, mark it down. I'll go ahead and you hit up with something in the Discord. Thank you, Mr. Cockburn. Did you exit your SPY and VIX positions? No. Still hanging on whatever the Fed says, yeah. Do you think Russia will attack while everyone is busy with MOASS? Maybe. That's what I like to hear. I had SPY calls and VIX calls and made money on neither. How? Full bear trap today. ate all that out of the money premium on 0 DTEs. Yeah. Have you bought back into any March GME calls? Yeah, I bought some 180s. That's it. I'm still waiting on that news. Once some sort of news breaks, then I'll move into positions. No, I'm not gonna wait for I'm not gonna keep streaming into the notes. I didn't sleep all weekend because I was watching futures, so yeah, I'm going to bed when this is over. If there is any update, I'll send a message on Reddit. Discord. Not Reddit. Discord. I'll at everyone. Would you rather have your beta negated or your gamma squeezed? Por que los no los dos? What do you use to watch features? IBKR? You're buying some futures or just for overall market sentiment? I have some futures. I have VIX futures that are currently way up, but I want them to go up more. Senor Kirk. There was no, listen, I didn't dress up as Santa and strip for anybody. Yes, in his DMs, pickle riding Putin. Dude. You're gonna get my stream hacked. Thanks, Joey. Wait, can I flip this? Hold on. There we go. Get you a 118 weekly right now. You have 2 minutes. Is Ichimoku Cloud worth learning or nah? It's fine. You can if you really want to. You're associated with the Pickle Finance, the crypto website organization? No, I'm not at all. Happenstance. The KGB just showed up and told me to turn off the stream. Holding VIX overnight? Fuck yeah. I might buy one more. Wednesday. SLD should begin on Wednesday. This week. Mm. Nope, no update on the meeting so far. I don't think we're going to see anything till after market close, which is happening in 45 seconds. Thanks, I am not a cat. See you tomorrow, Dominic. Are you keeping your VIX calls? Fuck yeah. I have them hedged, so I don't care. It does seem a little lengthy, but I mean, their meeting could run quite some time. They could be delaying the report. I don't know. Maybe they want to wait till after the FOMC January minutes are released on Wednesday. I'm not sure why they're not out yet. It says on their website it'd be available as soon as the meeting was over, so one could only assume that the meeting has yet to conclude. Ding ding. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. If anything crazy happens tonight, I will update the Discord and let you guys know what's going on. Have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog. Not an advisor. Frigulon.